Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and speakers, let me extend a warm welcome to all of you joining us here at City Club and to all of you with us online. Under the umbrella Igor Zabel Award 2022, we have gathered here today for an international conference titled So Close, Ecologies of Life and Death. The conference will approach the future of life on our planet from the perspective of life's end by drawing attention to reconsiderations of loss, decline, mourning, and death. A selection of, some might say, heavy words, but we will try that it needn't be so. The agenda ahead of us is an ambitious one to transcend the pessimism about the future and, on the other hand, utopian optimism in the all-powerful human capacity to overcome the end. What is probably clear to all of us gathered here today is the need to reconsider changes in our society and to develop new concepts. Now, we managed to motivate really excellent speakers and lecturers to join us. Reuben Fowkes is with us, Thom van Dooren, Šejla Kamerić, Marietta Radomska, Boštjan Videmšek, and Mick Wilson, who will share with us their knowledge, their thoughts, and their experiences. Also, the ideas, how can we, including through art, develop the sensibilities, cultural practices, and knowledge production we need for being and becoming with others in life and death. Now, the event is organized by the Igor Zabel Association Ljubljana and supported by Erste Foundation Vienna and is part of the program for the Igor Zabel Award 2022. And it definitely wouldn't feel and look like it does without members of the Conference Advisory Committee, Urška Jurman, Program Manager of the Igor Zabel Association for Culture and Theory, Zdenka Badovinac, Director of the Museum of Contemporary Art, Zagreb, Rok Kranjc, researcher at the Futurescraft and Institute for Ecology Ljubljana, and Alenka Gregorić, Artistic Director of the Cukrarna Gallery Ljubljana. I think they deserve a warm welcome. You have been working quite some time, so the conference is finally here. Thank you to all of you and for your efforts. So for our orientation today, the conference consists of two panels. Each will offer us 3 essays delivered by our speakers, and each panel will be followed by a discussion. And there will be a short break after the first panel, and we plan closing remarks about 4 hours from now. The event is also live streamed on Igor Zabel Association YouTube channel, eFlux Live, and Igor Zabel Award 2022 landing page, which is award.igorzabel.org. Do send us questions for a later discussion, and many thanks for being with us online. So with that being said, I suggest we go by the order set. Panel number 1. It explores crisis imaginaries and engagements with more than human death, dying, and extinction, as well as possibilities of navigating the challenges we face and the vital importance of holding on to hope in a time of escalating loss and grief. You will be treated with 3 lectures, and we'll start with the one prepared by Maya and Reuben Fowkes, founders of the Translocal Institute for Contemporary Art and directors of the Post-Socialist Art Center at the Institute of Advanced Studies, University College London. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Maya unfortunately isn't able to join us today, so Reuben will carry the flag and focus his speech on surviving extinction, regenerative ecologies of the socialist Anthropocene. Please, the podium is yours. Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome everyone. I'll jump right in. So, as was already said, this paper is co-authored with Maya, but I'm going to be delivering it here today. So, we can't talk about building a socialist society without at the same time talking about remolding nature, irrigating steppes, planting forests, extending agriculture, uniting seas, conquering the depths of the earth, and changing human nature. These enthusiastic words come from the book Men and Mountains, Man's Victory Over Nature, published by a young Soviet engineer in English translation in 1935, in which he described the vast project of social and environmental transformation set in motion by the first 5-year plan. The 5-year plans could be seen as the socialist side of the coin of the Anthropocene and of the Great Acceleration, a term that refers to the rapid increase in socio-economic activity at the cost of Earth systems, which is now recognized as a major marker of the Anthropocene age. The preface of this book was written by Soviet writer Maxim Gorky, who wrote that in the building of socialism, the energy of human beings is being directed into a struggle with nature, a struggle to master her forces and subdue them to man's will. Gorky, as the first president of the Soviet Writers' Union, had proclaimed in his speech to their founding Congress the previous year that the depiction of victory over the forces of nature was integral to the new artistic doctrine of socialist realism. However, we'd like to question this assumption that the mastery of nature was integral to the building of socialism. And if we start with the presumption that socialism was never a monolithic category, but always entailed a multiplicity of forms and manifestations, then where can we identify the eco-socialist threads of the socialist Anthropocene and locate its regenerative potential for surviving extinction? We'd like to briefly situate the socialist Anthropocene within critical discussions of the concept of the Anthropocene that seek to dismantle the universalizing category of a homogeneous anthropos and apportion responsibility for its catastrophic environmental impacts. Jason Moore's description of the Capitalocene as the historical era shaped by relations privileging the endless accumulation of capital identifies the systemic roots of ecological crisis in global extractive capitalism. But it did not account for the fact that for much of the 20th century, there were at least 2 globally competing socio-economic orders, and the socialist one was not organized around the pursuit of private profit. Reformulations of the Anthropocene that foregrounds the erasure of indigenous and black histories have emerged from investigation of the links between the crimes of colonialism and the onset of the new geological epoch, with concepts such as the black Anthropocene, the colonial Anthropocene, the related theorization of the racial Capitalocene, pointing to the decisive role of slavery, racism, and colonial exploitation in the formation of the Anthropocene. However, in not distinguishing between the main perpetrators of the crimes of European colonialism and the different forms that colonialism took within the Soviet Union and the socialist bloc, these critiques remained largely indifferent to the conflicted place of the socialist world in the planetary unfolding of the ecological crisis. Now, one of the forefathers of the Anthropocene, thought, is Ukrainian, Russian, Soviet scientist Vladimir Vernadsky, who developed the concept of the biosphere as the life-giving envelope of the Earth. The causal relationship between changes to the biosphere and human history crystallized for Vernadsky when he returned to Moscow after several years spent in evacuation in Kazakhstan in the winter of 1943, and he was confronted with the sheer magnitude of the raging world war. The unparalleled destruction brought by the conflict should, he stated, be examined as part of a single great terrestrial geological process and not merely as a historical one. In the same breath, Vernadsky presciently proclaimed that the extent of interference in the biogeochemical manifestations of the planet had rendered humans a mighty and ever-growing geological force. Now, The shock of the Anthropocene for Vernadsky in the devastated Soviet capital must have been amplified by the experience of spending the last couple of years in the pristine natural world of Burabai in a mountainous region of northern Kazakhstan, where several dozen academicians and their families were relocated in 1941. In the midst of a distant war and under the star-filled sky of a lakeside forest, which in 1935 had been declared a zapovednik, or nature reserve, he speculated about the noosphere, or sphere of the mind, as the most recent stage in the evolution of the biosphere, reflecting the increased exposure of the envelope of Earth to the influence of human thought. The noosphere can be approached concretely as referring to transformations in the life-supporting layer of the Earth that originate in the human mind. In other words, taking the form of modern technological developments. It can also be interpreted, the noosphere, more poetically or cosmically, as artist Rudolf Sikora did in a series of photographic works from 1981, as the invisible layering of human thought, past lives, and historical events in the deep time of the planet. Let's return for a moment to Burabai, a forested lake in the Kazakh uplands, whose distinctive geological features were the subject of indigenous legends, which had been colonized under Tsarist Russia and then nationalized by the Soviets, who also connected it to the railway network and turned it into a curative spa resort. It also belonged, as mentioned, to the extended network of zapovedniki, ecological reserves set apart for scientific research, which at the time protected around 3 million hectares of wilderness from human interference. The setting up of zapovedniki reflected the ecologically oriented side of the early Soviet Union, which offers an alternative, more ecocentric path through the socialist Anthropocene, together also with the notable founding of an environmental conservation society with tens of thousands of members, and the flourishing of the work of a cohort of natural scientists whose careers and research was not tied to the financial interests of corporations. However, by the time the Soviet model of socialism had spread to Europe after the end of the war, the first extinctions in the system had already occurred. Among others, the Stalinist purges saw the murder of physicist Boris Hessen, the death from malnutrition in prison of plant geneticist Nikolai Vavilov, and the torture and death of zoologist Vladimir Stanshinsky, who was targeted for his opposition to the infamous Soviet agronomist Trofim Lysenko and for defending the zapovedniki against plans to turn them into experimental sites for the acclimatization of non-native species as part of plans to boost agricultural production by transforming nature. And in the end, more than half of the reserves were actually converted into these transformation of nature centers, including the Burabai Reserve. So in 1948, at a time when communist governments were consolidating their power across Eastern Europe, the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party promulgated the Great Stalin Plan for the Transformation of Nature, which entailed the sculpting of rivers by turning them into a service for industry, agriculture, and cities, the planting of massive forest belts to protect farmland from drought and hot, dry winds, and the construction of an extensive network of roads and railways. The vast ambitions of this terraforming project were also disseminated to the countries of the Eastern Bloc, including through touring exhibitions, which were dispatched from Moscow to the capitals across the Eastern Bloc, and which also were carefully organized to deliver an appropriate socialist, realist, stylistic message as well. So in 1949, the itinerary of a large survey of Soviet painting with more than 60 works included Berlin and Budapest, and the accompanying catalogue of the Hungarian edition of the exhibition emphasized the closeness of the art of Soviet masters to the reality of their environment, which was evident in the attention they devoted to portraying the new man and woman building communism, the glorious past of the Soviet peoples, and the unlimited transformations of the natural diversity of their native land. One of the paintings in the show was Hunters, in which the frozen tundra is a mere backdrop for a group of warmly dressed hunters with guns in their hands returning from an implausibly successful kill. Each has numerous plump birds, including wild geese, ducks, and even a large tundra swan hanging across their shoulders, While the hunting scene might have been intended to illustrate the promise of abundance of life under socialism, a potent message in a time of hunger and scarcity, it also corresponds with a particular moment in the environmental history of the largely indigenous Russian North. As environmental historians have pointed out, Soviet colonization meant increasing use of guns to hunt animals, leading to overhunting and some extinctions. That such paintings fulfilled their intended function as models for artists in the countries of Central and Eastern Europe is suggested by a Kossuth Prize-winning work by Hungarian artist József Csakai Maronyák from 1954. The mood of his Homeward Bound is strikingly similar to that of the painting Hunters, although the Hungarian translation of this idea was about the superabundant spoils from a fishing catch on Lake Balaton. The effects of Soviet expansion, which substantially continued the colonial project of the Tsarist era, were strongly felt in Central Asia. The extinction of species that resulted from Russian and Soviet expansion into indigenous areas in Central Asia has been addressed by Uzbek filmmaker and artist Sadaot Ismailova in her film The Haunted. The film opens with a statement about the extinction of the Turan tiger, whose demise started with the Russian Tsarist colonization of the Central Asian territories of Turkestan in the 19th century, and then continued also in Soviet times, with the last sighting of this subspecies occurring in the 60s. Conceived as a cinematic encounter with the mythical tiger, whose imaginary presence pervades the grand landscapes along the Amu Darya River, the film takes the form of a soliloquy in which a female voice is heard whispering to the feline spirit. "My descendants will know you. I will not need to tell them about you. They will inherit my memory that is engraved deep into my skin." Although no longer roaming the vast expanses of the region, the tiger still inhabits the collective memory and dreams of local people. And as the artist states, when you speak to them about the Turan tiger, it's unclear when the reality finishes and a tale begins. So Ismailova connects the disappearance of non-human species with threats to local and indigenous cultures and identities, while also pointing to the interspecies dimensions of survivance. Now let's return to the Soviet touring show of 1949. Another of the exhibited works was the painting The Conquerors of the Steppe by Lutfullah Abdullayev. The work depicted a group of 4 young Uzbeks standing in the midst of the vast expanse of a sparsely vegetated landscape, holding surveying tools and notebooks, and flanked by heavy machinery and an oil barrel. The painting thematized the spread of the industrial farming model developed on the principle of the collectivization of agriculture to these new territories. It also expressed the expansionist ethos of what would, under Khrushchev, be termed the Virgin Lands campaign to plow up the steppes, raising questions about the entwinement of socialist modernity and colonialism. In particular, the production of cotton had been seen as key to the establishment of what anthropologist Rusal Zanka has described as a plantation-like system in Central Asia. Post-Soviet theorist Madina Tlostanova's observation that the Soviet refashioning of, quote, the rhetoric of modernity in the language of socialism versus capitalism still reproduced the logic of coloniality, especially in relation to the non-European, non-Christian racialized colonies in the Caucasus and Central Asia, underlines the fact that the emancipatory claims of Soviet developmentalism have to be approached with caution. Nevertheless, Abdullayev's conquerors are not really colonial adventurers, but young Uzbeks, and there's no Russian overseer in sight. And it's hard to find racist undertones or exoticization in the work of this Uzbek artist educated in the 30s at the Samarkand School of Art. The particular version of modernity this socialist realist painting promotes is indicated by the presence of a female agronomist engineer in the group with the agenda of social and gender equality, a feature of almost all such depictions of socialist rural transformation, irrespective of nationality. But we should think a little bit about the ecological destructiveness that we can see, which lay in the fact that, despite the propagandistic claims about the Soviet South as an arid desert that needed labor and technology to be brought to life, the landscape of the steppe was not lifeless, but had been used as pasture or hayfields for centuries. The nomadic people, culture, and species displaced and made extinct by this model of progress are typically erased and invisible in the socialist realist depictions of rural transformation. The optimistic paintings of the period are hard to reconcile with the statistics of the deaths of around a quarter of the population of Soviet Kazakhstan as a result of collectivization and the forced move to more sedentary lifestyles. The depiction of tractors and machinery in the paintings is also at odds with the visual evidence, photographic evidence, showing the hard physical labor of farming and the building of canals, with manual labor much more in evidence than the use of diggers and plows. As mentioned, the model of development of Soviet Central Asia promised by the socialist realist painters meant primarily in Uzbekistan the acceleration of the production of cotton, which was substantially dependent on the availability of water for irrigation. This led to the undertaking of vast geoengineering measures to reroute rivers, specifically the Amudarya and the Siadarya rivers, which were diverted in the 60s to irrigate the desert region rather than supplying the Aral Sea. By the early 1980s, the effects of these Soviet attempts to remake nature were impossible to ignore. In the rapid retreat of what had previously been the fourth largest saline lake in the world to 1/10 of its original size. Saduat Ismailova's film, Aral, Fishing in an Invisible Sea, tells the story of the disappearance of the lake through the voices of the three remaining generations of fishermen on the lake. We see the efforts they now have to go to reach the water, past the rusting remains of beached fishing ships. It's a story of multiple extinctions, of the fish species that used to be plentiful and the animals that lived around the lake, but also of the lifestyles and cultures of fishing that now survive through the memories and actions of the remaining generations. To survive extinction here is to hope for a return of the lake, to tell yourself that its drying up is cyclical, as some of the film protagonists also communicate. It's also a question of adaptation, a skill that everyone will require in a foreseeable future. The drying up of the Aral Sea was one of the first alarm bells for the ecological breakdown of the socialist system, leading to rampant pollution, health impacts, economic decline, and the popular rebellions that contributed to bringing down the system in 89-91. From today's perspective of a world facing desertification across extensive zones as one of the unavoidable impacts of climate chaos, the disappearance half a century earlier of the Aral Sea appears as a premonition of today's unfolding ecological disaster. Moldovan artist Stefan Rusa's Endangered Species, a plea for a red book of Soviet modernism, entails a series of pairings of photos of socialist-era buildings from across Central Asia with endemic plants from the Soviet Red Data Book of rare and endangered species. The implication of the juxtaposition and the goal of his overall artistic project is to point to the threatened status of the architecture of Soviet modernity in post-Soviet Central Asia, in which buildings are falling into disrepair, also because they're out of line with the current interests and perspectives of independent countries that have realigned with the global economy. The Red Data Book is notable for the fact that it was first published in 1978, following the introduction of legislation in the Soviet Union for the protection of endangered species, and it's a record of the diversity and wealth of the natural world under socialism, but also the threats that it faced as a result of development. The book points also to the strength of environmentalism, both in terms of legal protections that were introduced but maybe not followed through in practice, but also the strength of environmental movements, which in the 80s have become mass organizations across the Soviet Union and also in the Eastern Bloc. You could also say that the lack of follow-up and updating of the list of endangered species in the post-socialist period might also hint at a decrease in legal protections with the opening up of countries to global capitalist developmental models. The buildings of socialist modernity that the plants are paired with also speak about another era, about an endangerment not just of structures but of culture that was by turns progressive and egalitarian as much as it was colonialist and restrictive of freedom and opportunity. Socialist modernity, with its contradictions, also points to the potentialities of the socialist Anthropocene of the later Soviet and socialist period. This was a period when, already in 1961, Soviet scientists, led by Yevgeny Fedorov and Mikhail Budko, organized the first all-union conference on the problem of climate modification by a man in Leningrad, which was seen as the first attempt by scientists to warn of the dangers of anthropogenic climate change. This was also a time when political theorists within the socialist system in the countries of socialism were, in the face of the evidence of mounting global environmental problems, arguing that socialism should and could be reinvented for the era of scarcity, and that the socialist system was the only way to manage the necessary decrease in consumption fairly. Could it be that the image of a natural bounty ripe for harvesting and hunting, imagined by the Stalinist-era propagandists, had come full circle, and that the link between ever-increasing rates of growth and socialism was not as inevitable or unbreakable as in the capitalist version of the Anthropocene? Was the insight of the early Soviet environmental theorists and planners that capitalism always thinks short-term and for profit, while socialism can think collectively and for the future, actually on the right track? Just at the end, I'd like to just return to the fisherman in the film. So today's neo-socialist theories might well concur with the fisherman's analysis, which suggests on the one hand that the regenerative potential of the socialist Anthropocene lies in knowledge about the survivability of the extinction of past political systems. And in fact, capitalism as we know it, as Jody Dean and others have suggested, may have been superseded by neo or techno-feudalism, in which tech and fossil fuel lords dominate, earning huge profits through speculation and ownership rights rather than commodity production, and that the masses subsist in semi-serfdom in an abandoned hinterland. The other conclusion that might be drawn is the need to confront the ruling class, because to overcome the extreme inequality, generalized precarity, and monopoly power of neo-feudalism, the path lies in drawing on perhaps the most emancipatory and ecologically just legacy of socialism, namely class struggle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reuben Fowkes, so in case you have questions for him, do save them for our discussion that will follow after all panelists deliver their lecture. So the next is Marietta Radomska. She's an assistant professor in environmental humanities at Linköping University in Sweden, founding director of the Eco and BioArt Lab, a research team member of the Post-Humanities Hub, co-founder of Queer That Studies Network, and member of BioArt Society. Now she works at the intersection of post-humanities, environmental humanities, continental philosophy, feminist theory, queer that studies visual culture, and contemporary art. She will introduce us with, and that is the title of your essay, Ecologies of Death, Ecologies of Mourning, Biophilosophical Assemblages of Non-Living Arts. Please.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for the generous introduction. And this will be a bit different talk from the previous one, but I think that we have quite an interesting resonances. Right, so maybe I will just start with this little plan for today. So I will be partly talking, partly reading, probably more reading. And then I think that I could just launch us onto this tour. In the present context of climate change and planetary environmental destruction that render certain habitats unlivable and induce socioeconomic inequalities and shared more than human vulnerabilities, death and loss become urgent environmental concerns. Climate change was, as it is painfully manifested through the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, and unsustainable living conditions, contribute to the mortality and suffering of humans and non-humans, immense destruction of entire ecosystems and populations, loss of biodiversity, mass extinction, and slow, as well as very abrupt environmental violence. All of these evoke feelings of anger, anxiety, and grief, manifested both globally and locally in popular scientific narratives, cultural and artistic expressions, and environmental activism. So This paper really explores cultural imaginaries linked to modern human death, dying, and extinction, as well as questions of ecological grief. So I will first actually start with setting up the scene with the genealogy of the concept of ecological grief or eco-grief. Then I will move a little bit to the theoretical framework of queer death studies. Having done that, I will move on to several examples of contemporary bio, eco, and media art that mobilize and at times also subvert the notions of mourning the more than human. Right, so conceptually speaking, eco-grief is a form of grief experienced in relation to the present or anticipated ecological losses of species, ecosystems, and meaningful landscapes, resulting from severe anthropogenic environmental change. Experiences of eco-grief differ across geographical locations, cultures, communities, and even individuals within a given community. Existing scholarship on eco-grief is deeply indebted to indigenous knowledges, anti-colonial perspectives, and queer feminist environmental humanities and post-humanities. So, while under-researched as such, eco-grief is seen by scholars as a form of disenfranchised grief, to use the concept of DOCA from 1980s, that is not openly accepted or acknowledged in society. It may be experienced by individuals as well as groups or communities, but focusing on eco-grief also brings us to some of the key questions, namely, what do expressions of eco-grief in a given location or context tell us about our relation to non-human others, ecosystems and landscapes, and about the values that we ascribe to the more than human? How do we understand the meaning of present as well as anticipated ecological losses, and how do eco-grief and mourning contribute to the changing cultural understandings, meaning, and significance of death and loss in a given place and context? How do we cope with the knowledges that some species, environments, and landscapes and cultures, perhaps, will not survive the damaging effects of the climate change? While the questions of eco-grief and bereavement have been in the center of scholarly discussions within and outside of death studies, most of these discussions focus on the grief and mourning related to the death of a human, or humans as a collective in some ways, while leaving the loss of non-humans and the more than human beyond their scope. But of course, in 2000s and 2010s, with the intensification of concerns and discussions around climate change and climate migration, environmental crisis, mass extinction, but also I think the kind of questions of eco-anxiety and the development of extinction studies, also the notion of eco-grief comes to the stage, so to speak. But what remains insufficiently addressed, really, are the questions of ethical and political potential of eco-grief and possibilities of translating the experiences and theorizations of eco-grief into a different ethical and political sensibility, but perhaps even into a different type of action. So, having said that, I would like to say a few words right now about queer death studies as a kind of field, transdisciplinary and emerging field that differs from more conventional approaches to death, which of course itself is a discipline or interdisciplinary area, by way of critically focusing on the framing of death and extinction in the contemporary world through Anthropocene necropolitics, as well as speciesism, necropowers of colonialism and neocolonialism, racial and extractivist capitalism, which I think the concerns that have been to some extent really hugely missing in the kind of traditional approaches to the problematics of death and mourning. And queer death studies in that way is also characterized by a critical focus on normativities and exclusionary notions of the human, casting the death of those who differ from the normative human subject in terms of gender, racialization, class, species, geopolitical situatedness, able-bodiedness, and sexuality as less grievable are not counting at all. And of course, here we can also refer to the work of Judith Butler on grievability. So in the context of queer deaf studies, queering as more a kind of adverb and verb is understood as an kind of in an open-ended sense, as strange-making, defamiliarizing, where this critical defamiliarization implied may lead to an opening of other, more affirmative perspectives. And as the field has been unfolding, this strange-making is linked with three critical moves, and I don't have necessarily time to go into detail with each of them, namely queering as such, decolonizing and post-humanizing, but I would like, because we talk about the environment hugely here, or the more than human, I would like to maybe look quickly at post-humanizing, and in this context, post-humanizing death refers to the systematic problematization of the planetary scale mechanisms of annihilation of the modern human world in their ontological, epistemological, and ethico-political dimensions. So it also takes seriously the issues of responsibility, accountability, and care for, as well as in, dying modern human worlds. And now I would like to take us a little bit further, namely, when we talk about post-humanizing grief and post-humanizing grief imaginaries, post-humanizing mourning, actually we are kind of brought to the very kind of understanding of ontological underpinnings of the very concept of death, and frequently ascribed to it value, which then again brings me to a brief reflection on biophilosophy, on which I often rely in my work dealing with ecologies of death. And if we move there, I should say that the binary juxtaposition between the concepts of life and death, and by extension also living and non-living, human and non-human, brings us also back to the very foundations of philosophical contours of the concept of life and its counterpart, death, which in fact can be traced back to the very inception of Western philosophy. And to follow philosopher Eugene Thacker, we could kind of distinguish two ways of going about life and death in Western philosophy, namely the dominant path that looks, which can be identified in the work of Plato, Aristotle, Kant, and so on, which looks at life by indicating its essence and boundaries of articulation, or in other words, defining delimiting categories, for instance, the boundary between life and non-life. And the second onto-epistemological path, framed as biophilosophy, that does not look for essences or binary classifications, but instead focuses on the critical, creative, and rigorous practice of asking, quote, what relations are precluded in such a division and such a classification, unquote. In other words, biophilosophy is an investigation of life that pays attention to what transforms life instead of a twofold question of the basic principle and boundaries of articulation. That is, it pays attention to the issues of relations, their dynamics, and mechanisms of exclusion, which consequently means that it focuses not only on ontology, so what is life, what is death, but also on ethics, questions of what gets excluded, what values are being ascribed in these processes. In queer feminist biophilosophy, because those theorizations also very much form the landscape of queer feminist engagements with life, as well as its counterpart, death, those two notions are really addressed by focusing on multiplicitous differences, processes, and materialities that carry a potential for generation as much as for self-destruction. Biophilosophy sees the processes of living and dying and growth and decay not as binary oppositions, but as complex, interweaving, and entangled phenomena. So against the backdrop of the contemporary ecological crisis, a queer feminist biophilosophical ethical approach means not only responsibility for the protection or preservation of life, but also, quote, staying with the trouble, unquote, of terminality, which the concept which Sarah Ense describes not only as a state and intimate belonging, but also as a practice and a horizon. In other words, the notion of terminality suggests a lifelong and shared condition characterized by the potential for relations, nonlinear temporality, and an ongoing responsibility for and accountability towards the harmed, the ill, the perishing, and the dead environments, ecosystems, organisms, and landscapes. And employing a biophilosophical lens enables one to look closer at life-death, not as a fixed opposition, but instead attend to the phenomena and processes in a kind of more ecological manner, as non/living matters, where the slash in the inscription points to the processual entanglement and relationality between what one may conventionally deem as living and non-living, or life and death. And actually this notion by Deleuze and Guattari, that I'm not going to go necessarily also in detail here into, of deterritorialization, going beyond the kind of, established conventional territories, so which really signifies or describes the potential for transformation, is kind of crucial here with our kind of understanding and changing of understandings of death. And after, this kind of tour de force through theory, I would like to actually bring you all to 3 examples of different artists from 3 different locations who, in their work, actually really bring into light the questions of both death of more than human, but also kind of questions around grief and mourning. And the first person is Brandon Ballanger, who is an American visual artist and biologist as well as environmentalist, who in his work is often really focused on the ways human and non-human communities are affected by long and short-term developments resulting from the climate change, mass extinction, but also ecological catastrophes. So he's very much well known for this work Collapse, but here I wanted to say a few words about a piece called The Frameworks of Absence, started in 2006. So throughout years, the artist obtained and collected prints of now extinct animal species dating from 1640 to 2014. Each of the images was printed at the same time as a given species became extinct. So we have this spectrum from, since 17th century then. Subsequently, Ballanger meticulously cut images of extinct animals. The result was really an image without the depicted subject, and that is exactly what he called the framework of absence. And each of the cut-out images of an animal was then burned, and the remnants, that is ash, were placed in a tiny symbolic urns, as you can see in the picture here. And the remaining frames, accompanied by detailed historical information about a lost species and the author of the original image, were displayed along with the urns at the Armory Show in the US. Those who decided to acquire an image with an urn were asked to scatter, quote, scatter the ashes in memory of species gone, unquote. And that exhibition was also accompanied by the publication of the Book of the Dead, which kind of depicted the species. But from there, I wanted to move us to the next artist, Australian artist Svenja Kratz, who works very much at the kind of interface of bioart, new media, sculpture, etc., with different medium. And her piece called actually A Shrine for Algernon, which forms part of the kind of greater series of works called The Absence of Alice. So Algernon is one of the 3 named non-human characters whose stories are being unfolded in the absence of Alice. A growing series of artworks and evolving exhibitions by Kratz. The Absence of Alice, or AOA, as I will call it shorter, comprises 6 major and several minor shows, but also is very much grounded in Kratz's bioartistic engagement with the SEOS2 cell line, which is a bone cancer cell line, that was originally established from an 11-year-old girl in the 1970s, whom Kratz symbolically named Alice. The series of works encompasses pieces realized in a variety of mediums: photographs, video, sculpture, installation, and bioart. In her works and writings, Kranjc not only explores the potentials of art, science, practices, and challenges of working with tissue cultures and cell lines, but also emphasizes the kind of ecological aspects of living and dying in the context of biotechnology and bioscience. The culturing of tissues and cell lines requires a number of conditions to be fulfilled. One of them requires the mammal tissues be kept in a medium containing fetal bovine serum, which provides necessary proteins for the cells to grow. And fetal bovine serum can be seen as a byproduct from an abattoir. It's basically sourced from calf fetuses removed from slaughtered cows. But what is really important is that asking about the sources of materials used in bioscientific as well as bioartistic practices brought Kranjc not only to the exploration of the present absence of Alice, this character of, a human that, only the trace of the cell line is present in the exhibition or behind the project, but also of much more silent absences of those whose flesh is used as a resource in science and other less honorable ways of consumption, in order to investigate further the questions of, quote, unseen victims of Western consumption and flows between life and death, unquote. In 2009, she collected a body of a 3-month gestation fetal calf from a local slaughterhouse. The artist named the calf Algernon, and subsequently a plaster cast of his body was taken, which led to the creation of 3 sculptural pieces and a blood series focusing on these problematics. And of course, you can see the sculpture here on the slide. And one of the nodal points in the absence of Alice is the work A Shrine for Algernon, shown for the first time in 2009. The piece consists of a lifelike polymer clay sculpture based on the initial cast of Algernon's body, placed on a stainless steel surface adjusted to a wooden table. While the artist repeatedly emphasizes that the work does not aim to criticize meat industry or the use of FBS as such, it nonetheless exposes that which otherwise remains comfortably hidden from the consumer's eye, the source and process behind products such as meat or substances used in tissue engineering. By giving Algernon a name and a story, she moves him from the context where animal bodies are destroyed, like a slaughterhouse, to the context where, through being given an identity and perhaps a subjectivity, his tiny body is perceived as dead, not only destroyed and removed, and his death becomes a question to think with. And from Svenja, I wanted to take us to Terike Hapoja in her work from quite some years ago, namely the piece called Community. In her various works, Hapoja focuses to a large extent on the questions of animality, non-humanity, and planetary social and environmental justice, human and animal rights. The work Community consists of projections, recordings displayed on several round screens, distributed in the almost entirely dark space of the exhibition. The recordings, lasting for several hours and made with an infrared camera, captured the dead bodies of animals of different species right after the moment of their death. In a poetic way, the recordings show the bodies that, with passing time, slowly cool down and their images vanish from the display. Members of the audience may enter the exhibition space and spend time among the displayed recordings, witnessing and participating in a peculiar way in these intimate processes of passing away, vanishing, that exceed species boundaries. And of course, here also comes the artist's notion of the community. And after this, I want to, kind of wrap things up. And I want to say that in this short paper, I asked about the potentials of queering present grief imaginaries and ways in which art and cultural expressions may mobilize different ways of mourning the modern human, and what follows also open up a new ethical-political sensibilities. I wasn't interested in in psychological aspects of grief, but rather in its philosophical and cultural dimensions. The three artists I brought up here focus on extinction and non-livability in the context of environmental crises like Ballanger, non-human death in the context of science and other forms of consumption like Kranjc, and finally, but still kind of interlinked with the other aspects, the very processes of death and vanishing that exceed species and any other forms of classification. They all tackle our sensibilities in relation to what death is, which deaths count as grievable, creating a more post-humanizing imaginary or art of grief, and finally push us towards an ethical reflection that might be the first step towards rethinking how we may stay with the trouble of terminality as a lifelong and shared condition. Thank you so much.
Marietta Radomska. Oh. Would be nice if I turned the microphone on. Marietta Radomska, thank you for your essay, very interesting. Thom van Dooren is next, joining us. He wasn't able to come in person, but has recorded himself beforehand. He is a field philosopher and writer, a deputy director of the Sydney Environment Institute at the University of Sydney, and a professor in the Oslo School of Environmental Humanities at the University of Oslo. He is also the author of numerous books on the philosophy and ethics of species extinction and conservation. I had a privilege to listen to his talk beforehand, a very moving lecture, as you will experience now. Living in Unraveling Worlds, Snail Stories in a Time of Extinctions. And the lecture will be followed by a pre-recorded discussion with him. Let's take a listen.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to share this work with you today. And I want to offer my apologies that I'm not able to be with you in person for this important event. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the lands of the Ngunnawal people in Canberra in Australia, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. The stories I want to share with you today are from another colonised land, from Hawaii, and I want to acknowledge also the Kanaka Maoli, the native Hawaiians, and their ongoing efforts to aloha aina. So I'm not sure how it happened, but I've somehow found myself captivated by snails. To be specific, my fascination really centres on the terrestrial snails of Hawaii, from the beautifully patterned Achatznella lila that make their homes in the trees, cleaning rather than eating leaves, through to the ground-dwelling species that consume and recycle dead matter, species like Laminella sanguinea, which incidentally is equally beautiful, but you wouldn't know it because it covers its shell with a thin layer of its own excrement, for reasons that aren't really fully understood. Despite their differences, the one thing that these two snails have in common is that they're both critically endangered. The Hawaiian Islands were once home to roughly 750 species of land snails, one of the most diverse assemblages to be found anywhere on Earth. Sadly, however, almost 2/3 of these species are now thought to be extinct. In addition, the majority of those that do remain are thought to be headed quickly in the same direction. Beyond species diversity, the sheer abundance of snails once found in these islands also deserves mention. Individual trees were said to contain hundreds of their brightly coloured forms. One naturalist described them as clusters of living jewels hanging from the vegetation. The causes of the incredible and ongoing decline of snails in Hawaii are complex. In the past, these snails suffered from extensive habitat loss as land was cleared for farming, ranching, tourism, the military and more. For 100 years or so, a shell collecting craze also decimated many species, a period that some locals at the time referred to as land shell fever. Those species that managed to survive these various impacts have been hit by a wave of introduced predators, including rats, chameleons, and most significantly of all, the carnivorous rosy wolf snail, a meticulous and disturbingly efficient predator of snails. Together, all of these predators are wiping out the last remaining refuges of most of the remaining snail species. In short, the situation for Hawaii's snails today is dire. But there are conservation efforts underway. These efforts are headed up by Dave Sisko and the Snail Extinction Prevention Program. Dave explained to me that their current approach is basically an evacuation. They're locating the last remnants of snail species and pulling them out of the forest. In the rugged terrain that makes up most of the Hawaiian Islands, this work frequently involves long hikes, and when hiking isn't possible, the use of helicopters to access remote areas. In the past, conservationists took only a small number of snails from these populations as a backup, leaving the rest in the forest. Over the last few years, though, things have deteriorated rapidly. In this time, Dave and the team have seen numerous formerly robust populations, each comprised of hundreds of snails, completely disappear. Some, like Achatonella lila, were the last known free-living populations of their kind. As a result, despite initial reluctance, the team are now often collecting every snail they can find. As Dave put it to me, we're just getting them the hell out of there before it's too late. Some of these snails are brought to the snail lab, where they live out their lives within small plastic containers that are stored in environmental chambers that look a lot like refrigerators, but do the somewhat more complex job of regulating both the temperature and moisture conditions of the particular forests that the snails once called home. Other snails are taken to one of several small fenced areas that have been established in the forest. These fences are equipped with a variety of barriers and exclusion devices that aim to keep all of their predators securely on the outside. And for the most part, they do a pretty good job. And so increasingly, life for Hawaii snails is only possible inside a contained area of one sort or another. There are many stories that might be told about the snails of Hawaii. Indeed, my work over the last several years has been grounded in the understanding that storytelling about extinction and biodiversity loss is a vital task. Stories can thicken our understanding of what particular extinctions mean and why they matter. Stories can allow us to acknowledge and even mourn. They can also be transformative. Stories can draw us into new worlds, into appreciation, into complexity, hopefully into responsibility. In the stories that I've told about snails, I've explored the way in which they craft slimy worlds of meaning for themselves and others, following trails to rest out the hot days together in groups before heading off to feed each night. Equally, I've wondered about what all these snails did in the ecosystem. Has their decline impacted on the health of trees or soils? As the biologist Mike Hadfield put it to me, there were just so many of them they had to do something, ecologically speaking. But sadly, we don't really know the answer to this question, and perhaps we never will. But the puzzle that initially drew me into snail worlds in Hawaii was the question of how they all got there in the first place. Land snails, after all, are not known for their propensity to undertake long journeys, not by land and certainly not by sea. When we add to this fact their intolerance for salt water, the situation becomes even more confounding. As Charles Darwin summed things up many years ago, land mollusks are a great perplexity to me. Here again, we're unlikely to ever know for sure, but the best guess of most scientists is that Hawaii's first snails were tiny creatures, and they travelled across oceans tucked down in the feathers of migratory birds, only evolving into the larger, more colourful creatures we see today after their arrival in the islands. Once in Hawaii, they perhaps made shorter trips around and between islands inside birds, surviving passage through avian digestive systems at surprisingly high rates, or even floating on branches and other debris. But among all these fascinating stories about snails, those of Kanaka Maoli or native Hawaiians stand out. Without doubt, the most consistent theme across numerous Hawaiian traditional mele, oli and mo'olelo, that's songs, chants and stories, is the idea that snails can sing. They do sing in the forest at night. But they don't just sing at any old time. Rather, their singing is deeply meaningful, often said to occur as a sign that after a series of adventures, changes or turbulence, all is pono again, all is righteous, correct and good. I've spoken to many people about singing snails, Most biologists told me that snails don't have vocal cords and so cannot sing. Some people told me that these stories are more metaphorical. Once upon a time, when the forest was full of snails, the wind whistling over their shells would have made a sound like a melody. Others thought this extremely unlikely. The shells are too small, and snails tend to assiduously keep their openings covered to prevent drying out. Yet other people thought that perhaps it was the inconspicuous crickets singing in the forest who were mistaken for brightly coloured snails. When I asked Puakea Nogelmeyer, an expert in Hawaiian language and culture, about these traditional stories, he replied with a story of his own. Many years earlier, Auntie Edith Kanakaole, the renowned composer and kumuhula, teacher of hula, told him and a group of her students that scientists had taken her to their lab to explain how impossible it was biologically for a snail to sing. Puakea continued in his story. He said to me, Auntie Edith's take on that was, "Isn't it sad? The snails won't sing for the scientists." There are so many fascinating insights condensed in this statement. Importantly, I think Auntie Edith's words remind us that the world and other living beings are not objects transparent to our gaze, readily revealed. There's much that we don't and cannot know about others. For this reason too, we need multiple stories, as well as a general openness to others' understandings and a humility about our own. Our stories can never hope to capture all of what matters for and about another species or their loss, even someone as seemingly simple as a snail. This situation also reminds us that extinctions matter differently, often unequally. What does the decline and disappearance of snails mean to people who have inherited these stories? What becomes of stories of singing snails when there are no more left in the forest? Extinction ripples out into the world in myriad ways, cutting across imagined distinctions between ecology and culture. Good stories help us to see and become responsible for these ripples. But these snail stories are also shifting as new relationships and significances emerge. Over the last several years, I've had the privilege of learning more about the work of the group Malama Makua. Since the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy and the subsequent colonisation of the islands by the United States in the 19th century, more and more land has been swallowed up by growing military bases and facilities. For decades now, the group Malama Makua have waged a sustained struggle against the US Army to reclaim Makua Valley on the island of Oahu, a sacred space that's long been used for live fire training and munitions detonations and dumpings. Snails have been a key component of the work of Malama Makua. While cultural sites in the valley long went unacknowledged, the US Endangered Species Act gave these people a basis for a lawsuit and the opportunity to bring the army to the negotiating table. In no small part, it's as a result of Malama Makua's actions that the military is now one of the largest funders of snail conservation in the islands, and no bullets have been fired in this valley for over a decade. The significance of snails takes new form here as they join in efforts to resist the destruction of Hawaiian land and culture. So these are some of the many relationships and possibilities that are at stake in Hawaii snails, some of the many stories that lie coiled in their tiny shells. These are stories of loss and struggle for ongoing life, of meaning-making, of relationships of care and disregard. Telling these stories matters. In past work in collaboration with the anthropologist Deborah Bird-Rose, I've argued that stories allow us to thicken the presence of these beings at the edge of extinction, to add flesh to the bones of the dead and dying. As we learn a little more about snail life and about their relationships with ecological communities and local people, these creatures become something more than another Latin binomial on a long list. They emerge as distinctive ways of life, valuable and significant in their own particular ways. At the same time, each species lost is its own unique unravelling of lives, relationships and possibilities. In telling their stories, we might make these losses tangible, accessible and memorable in new ways. This storytelling is, I think, fundamentally an ethical work. Stories don't simply convey information, they also have the potential to be transformative. As the philosopher Megan Craig notes, the stories we tell and those we hear bear profoundly upon the texture of our lives and our openness or closedness to other forms of life. In summoning up other beings and their worlds of relationship, stories draw us into a situated encounter, into new understandings, and with them new responsibilities. In this context, stories can be opportunities to test and explore, to cultivate the intellectual, emotional, and critical capacities necessary to recognise our own implication in the world, consequences of our actions, and possibilities for other kinds of futures. While storytelling is of course not a substitute for on-the-ground conservation work, it might nonetheless have an important role to play in thickening our sense of what extinction means and why it matters, of drawing us into new understandings and new forms of concern and action. Action which might itself benefit from a fuller sense of the multiple and often unequal ways that extinction matters in diverse lives and landscapes. But the importance of extinction storytelling goes beyond any kind of conservation efficacy that it might have. In addition, I'm firmly of the view that telling these stories is an ethical obligation that we have to the snails themselves, an obligation to bear witness. In the first instance, witnessing is an act of faithfulness to individuals and species whose worlds we collectively have destroyed. It's an act of acknowledgement that works to recognise the unique existence of another, as well as the unique way of life of a species, and acknowledge its passing. But in this case, it's also an act of faithfulness to all of those snails who must live out their lives in plastic containers, as well as to the larger species whose fates they now carry with them. In this context, even if species cannot ultimately be restored to the world beyond, perhaps holding on to them in captivity for as long as we can, provided that they're living some sort of flourishing life, might be understood as an effort to cultivate some semblance of responsibility. After all, what's the alternative? To abandon them, to refuse to take responsibility at this time, would be to inflict a double violence, to add our knowing indifference to the violence of carelessness and disregard that brought these species to the edge of extinction. This kind of indifference to extinction is one that, as the philosopher James Hatley has noted, wounds us, one that endangers our humanity. But to bear witness is also to share this knowledge with others, to refuse to be silent in the face of death and extinction. Extinction stories might be understood as an effort to bear witness in just this way, to make visible, to share and to testify to an ongoing disappearance that might otherwise simply go unnoticed, or at least be that much more difficult to see and really appreciate. At least in part, this act of sharing stories is grounded in the hope that telling them might make a difference, if not for those whose stories are told, then at least for others. But even if this isn't the case, even if these stories can change nothing, they do an important ethical work. Deborah Bird-Rose argued that to refuse to turn away from death and loss, to refuse to be silent about it, is to remain true to the lives within which ours are entangled, and that it's an obligation that exists whether or not we can accomplish great change. In short, it's an obligation and a duty to the dead and the dying, one that exists beyond any kind of efficacy that it might also have. In its own powerful way, this witnessing is, I think, an act of hope. It's an act grounded in a hope that is at once more modest and more fundamental than any simple notion of success. In this case, perhaps the success of a restored, conserved species of snails. Instead, the hope that animates this witnessing is one that, within the awful confines of the contemporary moment, we might still cultivate the best modes of relationship and accountability with others that are available to us. In researching and writing about Hawaii snails, I've become increasingly preoccupied with this question of the value of extinction storytelling in contexts where it might not make a concrete difference for the species under consideration. This question has concerned me for the simple reason that it may well be impossible to recover Hawaii snails, or even to hold on to them in captivity for very long. While numerous species of snails have now been evacuated to the lab or a fenced area in the forest, the reality is that no one quite knows what will come next. At this stage, conservationists can't even imagine the concrete steps that might be taken to make life in the wider forest possible again for these snails. In particular, all of the scientists I've spoken to have agreed that any release plans would require the widespread eradication of predators, especially the carnivorous wolf snails. But no one has any concrete ideas about how this might be achieved, let alone a plan to achieve it. And so the best that can be done is to hold on to rare snails in case something changes. Meanwhile, the seemingly secure populations in these captive facilities face a range of threats, new and old, from disease outbreaks and occasional fence-climbing predators to the malfunctioning of an environmental chamber. In short, these are living beings who have been unworlded, creatures who have been held onto while their world has been lost in a way that is, as far as we have any power to control or predict, irrecoverable. I had already fallen in love with Hawaii snails when I discovered just how bad things were. I slowly came to realise and accept that there isn't really a recovery plan for these species. The absence of a plan is not for want of effort, it's simply a reflection of our current reality. And yet, the more I've learnt about the plight of Hawaii snails, the more convinced I've become of the importance of hope. The hope we need now, or at least the one we get and need to learn to live with, is a particular kind of hope. It's a hope that's woven through with grief. Our hope must simultaneously be a work of care and of mourning, one that honours and acknowledges what has been and most likely still will be lost. While mourning and grief are not often associated with hope, they do carry within them the seeds of new understandings, relationships and possibilities. The loss that can sometimes be disempowering, even debilitating, can also be an encounter that requires us to reevaluate our place in the world, to solidify our commitments, to change our practices. As Ashley Kunslow and Neville Ellis have noted, in their words, collective experiences of ecological grief may coalesce into a strengthened sense of love and commitment to the places, ecosystems and species that inspire, nurture and sustain us. In this way, we might move beyond a simplistic binary understanding of the distinction between hope and grief to appreciate the way in which these responses can, and increasingly will, be intimately entangled with each other in our relationships with the living world around us. As we enter ever more deeply into the Earth's sixth mass extinction event, into a period of increased climate instability, the sad reality is that more and more species will find themselves in this situation. This is in no way a fatalistic call to abandon conservation efforts. We must do all that we can for threatened species, including reducing the carbon emissions that are poised to become the next big threat to Hawaii snails and so many other species. But at the same time, we must acknowledge that for some species, perhaps many, the damage has already been done. And so, as the geographer Leslie Head has written of our current moment, grief is a companion that will increasingly be with us. It's not something we can deal with and move on from, but rather something we must acknowledge and hold. So these are the extinction stories that I think we need. Stories of mournful hope. Stories that open up a new and deeper sense of wonder and appreciation for disappearing species and their worlds. Stories that animate and inspire the search for flourishing possibilities for all. But stories that also honour and acknowledge lives lived at the edge of extinction, that face up to and dwell with the incredible processes of unravelling and wounding that are taking place, that bear witness and honestly acknowledge both uncertainty and the reality of ongoing loss. And so ultimately, I tell stories in the hope that they might be transformative of our present moment, of all of us, but in the full knowledge that they may well not be, indeed that it may already be too late, but with the conviction that telling them matters anyway. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Tom. You've certainly thickened the presence of these precious Hawaiian snails here in Slovenia. And we thank you very much for it and your incredible research, undoubtedly involving many, many collaborators, human and non-human. So at this point, we would jump over to a couple of questions that we prepared, and we can kind of weave an organic discussion around them. Well, the first would kind of be about this reconciliation of this ultimate unknowability of the world and this need to act, right? In some sense, what we're looking for is a certain kind of reflexivity built into our institutions, decision-making structures, modes of representation, right? And these will develop through time as also our abilities to sense, grow, and diversify, and so on. I'm very interested in how, storytelling can kind of fit into this, because as we know, if we're even talking about a very situated local case, we're talking about the context of interdependence, where there's possibly thousands of voices, or potential voices, of fungi, plants, insects, and so on, in connection with all the other species, not to mention then all the human concerns and interests, which also clash with military, tourist development, with conservation efforts, and so forth. Maybe as a start, we would go more into this notion of storytelling, kind of filling the gaps, and maybe even juridical processes around these things, or policy making. So maybe, we would start with this little tidbits. How can storytelling fit, or converse with this, or reconcile?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a big, complicated question, and I guess I'm drawn to storytelling because of its capacity to weave a way through complexity without trying to flatten it into a singular account or narrative, so that it can hold open room for multiple voices, multiple perspectives, and try to explore the diverse forms of connectivity between them. So I don't think storytelling is just about sort of multiplying voices and making a mess. I think that's really important work that should be done, and is certainly a part of the work of storytelling in the environmental humanities and related fields. But I think there's also an obligation to try to find ways through that complexity, to try to, as Donna Haraway would say, to cast our lot with some ways of being and not others. And so for the storyteller or writer or researcher to try to propose what this might mean, to try to advocate for some kinds of futures, some kinds of relationships, and not others. And I guess that's where I see part of the ethical work of storytelling. With the snails really drew me into a different way of thinking about storytelling, I think, in that I came to realise that there is this a huge invertebrate crisis going on. Having written several books about birds before turning to snails, I guess I was comfortably in the land of vertebrates, and was had become comfortable thinking about conservation and endangered species one by one, and one bird species at a time. But when I came to Hawaii and realised I'm dealing with 750 species of snails, most of which I can't tell apart, most of which most people can't tell apart. And then when we think about all of the other invertebrates who make up 99% of the animal kingdom, who are also disappearing, I think we realise that the kind of approach to storytelling one by one that I'd been doing doesn't quite work. So I went back to think, and this was a lot through prompting from the philosopher Michel Bastian to think about these questions, to think about what else our storytelling was doing, and how it was a provocation to transformation, rather than arguing that we should add one more species to the list of those that we know about and care about. That actually learning to tell extinction stories in this way might be learning to hear them, encountering them, might be transformative in a way that opens us up to a diversity of unknown species, unknown processes that we might never know or even name, but that we need to also learn to care for in some meaningful way. So caring beyond the edges of knowledge has become a big part of how I'm thinking about storytelling with invertebrates. And I think that's really relevant, as you mentioned, to the thinking about the complexity of these systems in which extinction takes place, that there is so much mystery uncertainty within these systems. And so we're always forced, as a storyteller, same as any kind of researcher really, to weave a path through this. And so learning to become accountable for the path that one weaves, for learning to see a lot more of the story usually than you share, so as to become comfortable with the version of it that you're sharing, is of course part of any good ethnography. But doing that really self-consciously, I guess, is part of how I think we need to do this work of extinction storytelling. I think that's all I should say on that.
So our second question would relate to or invoke your notion of wake, as you've used it as a kind of bringing together the act of mourning, the acknowledgement of what is lost, with the celebration of these forms of life. Maybe to bring it in the context of the Hawaiian snails, but also perhaps a more general, as this is kind of also the theme of this year's conference here, we would like to explore this.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's something I sort of hadn't given a lot of thought in my first book, Flightways, which was also about extinction. Was a lot more on the side, I guess, of trying to explore the way of life of species, to give a thick description of that in the way I've been talking about today, and in that way to try and draw people into a sense of wonder and appreciation. But it became quite a sad book in many ways, as you would expect, I guess, with a book about extinction. But I wasn't thinking so much about the work of mourning as storytelling, and until the final chapter of that book, where I started to think a bit more about it. And so I guess in a way that final chapter, which was about the Hawaiian crow, sort of grew organically into the next book, which was about crows around the world, including the Hawaiian crow. And that got me, as is captured in the title, The Wake of Crows, got me thinking a lot more about this space between celebration of life and mourning for death. And I guess a lot of the way in which I came to that was through this notion of witness, of bearing witness, and again connected intimately to storytelling, as I again described briefly today. I guess that that storytelling has a particular role to play in drawing us into that sense of wonder and appreciation at the same time as loss and recognizing that loss, and that it can do so in a way that fulfills a kind of ethical, or begins to fulfill a kind of ethical obligation to the other, to notice them, to notice their death and dying, but also to share that with others, to testify. So a lot of my thinking there, as I mentioned, has been through a collaboration with Debbie Bird-Rose. And Debbie drew a lot on scholars of the Shoah, on Emmanuel Levinas's work, on Lev Shestov, on others who had really thought a lot about witness and testimony. And so I guess what she was trying to do, and what I've also tried to do in my work, is to think about what those ways of thinking do in a more than human context. How we might bear witness to the death and extinction of other than humans. And of course that's about a particular kind of more than human, multi-species storytelling. But it's also about thinking about how the non-humans themselves relate to and interact with death. And so that's been another strand of my work, especially with the crows, looking at how crows themselves might mourn, which is not an area of considerable research, although it is an emerging area of biological research that's looking at how animals relate to death, whether they make sense of death or understand death, whether they respond to death in their lives, and trying to make sense of how animals make sense of death. And so I've thought with some of that work to try to also ask about whether extinction might in some way be a thinkable thought for some animals. And I've wondered about, for example, with crows, as there are some accounts, again with Hawaiian crows, as the species declined more and more of birds calling out and getting no response, and of how those birds might make sense of a call into silence, which of course happens sometimes to birds when there are many other birds who are just out of earshot. But when you call and call and call and no one replies, how might that actually become, this is a question, does it become a kind of awareness of one's own, of the reduction of one's kind, that there are very few left, is there a kind of loneliness that can emerge through that kind of absence of reply? And I think on some, on a very distant level, because snails are cognitively very different to crows, I have wondered about whether or not the breakdown of the slime-mediated worlds of snails might be experienced by them in some ways. That snails, of course, pick up chemical cues in the air that they are aware of, and it can even become stressed by isolation, and that has metabolic impacts on their ability to form their shells, but also on their abilities to learn and retain memories, according to work in laboratories. So what might this kind of feeling of isolation mean in snail worlds also? I think that's probably a long way from an understanding of extinction. I think snails probably don't have that, but that they might have some sort of sense of the breakdown of a social world. It's a speculation, I guess, but I think we are, when we start to ask these questions about death and mourning in a multi-species register, it can't just be about how humans relate to the death and extinction of other species. We need to begin to ask about what death means and how it matters in the lives of other than humans, how they make sense and meaning out of it too. So I've tried to do both of those things.
Thank you so much. Well, with that, we'll conclude this presentation and talk. Congratulations, of course, on the publishing of the book. I think as we're recording, it should be out in a couple of days, right?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for making the time to speak with me and for being willing to have me zoom into your event in such an unusual way. Thank you very much.
That was Thom van Dooren, and now it's time for our discussion after the panel in our first round. Reuben Fowkes and Marietta Radomska, and we are joined by Urška Jurman and Rok Kranjc. Let me tell you a bit about Urška. She's an art historian and sociologist of culture. She works as a curator, editor, and art writer in the field of contemporary art and spatial culture. In 2013, she became the program manager of the Igor Zabel Association for Culture and Theory in Ljubljana. She's also a co-founder of Obrat Art and Culture Association, and worked with this organization to co-create the community garden beyond the construction site in Ljubljana. Thank you. And Rok Kranjc, he's an eco-social transformations researcher at the Institute for Ecology in Ljubljana and a translator and editor at the Journal for the Critique of Science. He has translated several seminal books in the fields of political ecology and ecological economics into the Slovenian language. Kranjc is the founder of Futurescraft, a research and design studio for experiential futures, generative games, and other forms of engagement with alternative economies. So I know you've been listening very carefully to what has been said today. Urška, your first thoughts, what are the questions that has been sitting on your mind? Just let's take a look. Is it on? No. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha, for the introduction, for weaving us through these very difficult, complex topics and questions. I would like to start with Marietta. Your work overlaps in many ways with what also Thom van Dooren was now talking about. As a researcher, we heard you, among other things, also explore how different meanings around death, extinction, environmental violence and grief, how they are shaped through also cultural expression and narratives. And I would like to ask you actually also, how you would maybe relate to what was said from the side of Thom van Dooren, if you have something to relate to, and also regarding your own research interest, but also what I'm interested is, what do you think, what kind of meanings and imaginaries and narratives it's crucial to create, to disseminate in a time of escalating loss. So you were talking about narratives that should be more acknowledgeable about non-human lives, lost also environments, and different ways of mourning. So what does this mean? What kind of practices of actually making our farewells also beyond just this small art world also do we need?
No, just turn it on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much, Urška, for a wonderful question. And I think that I see a lot of connections in a way. I enter the field maybe from a different point, but I think that there is also a very shared, say, environmental humanities or extinction studies body of work that I think both of us relate to, and maybe doing this a bit differently. But I think that I would like to actually maybe link back to the question which you posed to Thom, namely about the in a way power of storytelling, and how much actually it is. So I think that we are in a moment where I think the environmental change and the kind of, I would say, the global planetary disruption and destruction and the kind of at an unprecedented scale comes very much not only is part of discussions between scientists, but becomes very much part of reality, part and parcel. And obviously this has been part and parcel of reality for many peoples around the world who live in more precarious conditions, more precarious environments, and I think only kind of now becomes very visible to those in more privileged places. But having said that, I think that it is really crucial to kind of go beyond the very traditional cultural frames that only the death, especially the death of those close to us, matters the most. Perhaps death of peoples who are people, or peoples as groups somewhere further away does matter, but maybe we can't necessarily experience it in that way. And I think that this has to do very much with obviously how much we can take, but as individuals, but also how much value we kind of really ascribe to the world around us, to other human beings and other non-human beings. And I think that bringing actually or focusing on discourses and cultural expressions related to death of more than human and what it also means in the context of grieving more than human, actually can have also an impact on how we relate to the modern human that is around us right now, that we still have, the species that are still there in Hawaii or anywhere else. So I think that those, the topic as a cultural topic, or cultural expressions or engagements with ecological grief, ecological mourning, is important precisely because of the re-bringing, light to what actually matters, what kind of value we ascribe, but also it can be a place where we can find hope in other ways. So very much relating back to Thom, how we can, think of the way we relate to the environments that are still there and the ones that were lost, and what it tells us also about ourselves, our relation to nature. But of course, I'm using now, very dichotomous language, which itself is extremely problematic. But then I also wanted to say that there is also a very specific power of, both storytelling, but also kind of cultural engagements with that, with those issues, because these are very kind of ethical matters, right? But the kind of language, the scientific language, or the language of sometimes just humanists and researchers talking about that, doesn't necessarily reach everyone in the way that one can feel that problematics. So I think that in my work, kind of talking with artists and looking at art, particularly visual artworks, but I think also things like the film you shown. Touch the audience on a bit different level, and I think that there is a specific power of kind of affective engagement with cultural way of or cultural expression, or particularly artworks and storytelling. They touch the reader or the recipient on a bit different level than the traditional journalistic language or research, so to speak. So why it is important to look at loss? Because I think that it also kind of reshapes our relation to that which is gone, or to who is gone. But also it also kind of reshapes our relation to that which is not lost yet, and which perhaps we could kind of relate differently. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but I think that this is there is an importance of cherishing and paying respects, but also an importance of rethinking the way we relate to others now, here and now.
Rok, would you like to continue?
Sure, thank you. So in keeping with the questions that sort of structure or contextualize the aim of this conference, which do have, in some senses, a lot to deal with hope and potentialities and futures, I would love to ask Reuben about his thoughts on potentialities of eco-socialism through a pluriversal or cosmopolitical perspective that you also talk and write about in other articles, and in a post-socialist context. In another sense, we could also frame this as Yugo-futurism, which has been kind of a hot topic in certain areas and in Slovenia as well. But in working with the assumption that to imagine preferred futures, we need to rethink shared histories. What could you tell us about the different ways in which artistic practices and experiments have or could contribute here?
Thanks a lot, Rok, for the question. Well, I mean, I think maybe it's in a way continuing what we were trying to say with the paper in terms of what sources of hope, if you want to call it hope, which is you know, one way of putting it, where you could find that, what kind of potentialities there might be. And our main kind of overriding point was that it could help in looking to the past. So we can also think about, you know, a strategy suggested by Aisha Azulai of rewinding history as well, of the idea of rewinding to the beginning of beginnings of imperialism in this in the case of her work. You know, rewinding till Columbus discovered or invaded what's now the United States, and then like trying to imagine those histories differently. And I think that there's a similar kind of mechanism that can be done also in terms of ecology and thinking about the environment. And if we applied that logic to these socialist histories that we introduced a little bit today, so this idea of the socialist Anthropocene being a different, suggesting different possibilities as well as different histories to what happened in other parts of the world, which are maybe more characterized by a kind of capitalist extractivist model. That if we applied that same method to those like more affirmative streams of the socialist Anthropocene, more eco-socialist streams of the socialist Anthropocene, then maybe we could get to some different results as well. So we could like rewind to potentially, you know, some of these moments when, you know, nature reserves, the Zapovedniki network was set up in the 20s and also in the 30s to an extent, and you know, some of these ideas around you know, rewilding, which is, you know, such an important concept today. You could like rewind in a way to that and think about how things could have been different if they hadn't been, you know, if they hadn't started to treat them more as an economic resource, but had carried on like protecting them in the same way. Or, you know, there are lots of examples of how you could think about those histories. Some of those, or, you know, in terms of thinking about science, like climate science. I mean, it's not really been recognized because of the way that kind of global histories of environmental science and science in general have been written and like mostly from a Western perspective until now. It's not really recognized how important and pioneering was the contribution of scientists who were working in socialist countries, including the Soviet Union, you know, from the 1920s. People like Vernadsky, who I mentioned, you know, developing the concept of the biosphere, and some of these discussions around, you know, the living, difference between the living and the dead. I mean, Vernadsky makes this kind of like distinguishes between living, previously living, and like completely non-living. So there's a kind of there are sort of three categories. There's also things that were previously living, which also I think is interesting in terms of extinction studies. So if you think about those scientists, the tradition of socialist scientists, what they did in terms of thinking about, you know, Vernadsky also devising these, being a precursor of the Anthropocene, also as really is only being discovered now, the work done by Soviet scientists in the 60s about really identifying and pointing to the problems of anthropogenic climate change already in the 60s, pointing to the limits to growth as well and the problems of oil exploitation and so on. So at the same time as they were carrying on exploiting and damaging the environment quite excessively through this heavy industry system, there was also different points, different streams, which it might be interesting to rewind to and then try and like think how we could get to a different destination by thinking along those lines. And you mentioned art practices, so that is, I think, something which artists are also doing as well. Yeah, so maybe that's just for starters anyway. I mean, could I maybe pose a question to, is that allowed? Yeah. So, I mean, just think about ecological grief that you were talking about. You didn't use the term, I know, to like solastalgia. I mean, of course, you know, you prefer not to use that term, or I was trying to think what maybe is the difference between solastalgia and ecological grief, whether, you know, solastalgia is more about like environments and familiar landscapes and so on as it was originally framed, or whether ecological grief is about other species, or how do you see that difference?
Yeah, No worries. Thank you so much for the question. Actually, solastalgia was on one of the slides in its previous version. Don't worry, I mean, I simplified it. But I think that there is a lot of discussion around, those terms that I think are very much interrelated and put different nuances, so to speak, and some of them could kind of overlap. So, of course, solastalgia. I mean, maybe because it's. I think it's not really that far away. It kind of, for me, goes much more with regard to landscape in a sense. There were people also who are using the frame of environmental grief. Then we could kind of sort of discuss whether there is a difference between ecological and environmental. Of course, I think it's a bit like with ecological art and environmental art. I think that the nuances could perhaps be then emphasized or brought to light. But I think that personally, I kind of like because I think that I also relate a lot in my work to Kunzel and Landman that Thom also was quoting at some point. They work a lot with the idea of ecological grief, but I think that there are, those multiplicitous terms which I think that the nuances depends on the author sort of differ. But I think that they can, work in kind of synchronicity in a quite good way. It's a little bit, when you are talking about Anthropocene, I think that also those terms that were emerging at the very beginning and precisely the kind of roots in the Soviet science and not only like the place with different frames until the moment the two geologists kind of came with the notion of the Anthropocene, right? But I mean I would say that my preference is more maybe also because on the one hand linking my own work to people who work with the frame ecological grief. And also for me, it's a bit more opening in a sense, because I don't want to necessarily link it only to landscape, which I also don't think that solastalgia is necessarily very limiting, but the idea of ecology, I think, or kind of framing it as ecological, I see a little bit more of potential, so to speak.
Mm. Let's see if we have a question from the audience. For those of you who are following us online, do not hesitate to ask if you have questions for our panelists. Does anyone have a question? No? Then Urška, I've been peeking at your notes. I know you have 1,000 of questions, and it must be a struggle which one to pick.
Yeah, so I would go with Reuben and your talk yesterday in Ljubljana, you presented your new book, Art and Climate Change, at the Museum of Contemporary Art here in Ljubljana. And in the invitation for this book launch, you also wrote, when the future of life on Earth is threatened, creative production for its own sake is not enough. So recently we can observe a growing number of cultural and artistic production engaging around ecological breakdown, and I guess with this comes also the danger of greenwashing and carewashing. And I would like to hear from you, because as a curator and researcher you work with art and ecology since more than 2 decades, and I would like to ask you, how to avoid this danger of greenwashing and carewashing. And actually, if I rephrase a little bit this statement I read from the invitation, then I would ask you what kind of creative production we need in a time of when the future of life on Earth is threatened. So maybe what personally you value very much in this field as a curator, as a researcher.
Thanks, Urška, for that question. Yeah, I mean, the short answer as to what kinds of artistic practices and approaches we value in terms of just creative practice for its own sake is not enough. I mean, basically that's what the book is. I happen to have a copy here. So that's what basically the book is full of practices that we are interested in. And I think if you wanted to sort of characterize it, I think it's I think that the moment of today, where this feeling of just creative production for its own sake is not enough, is about artists and also theorists and academics and everyone and producers and you also, but in terms of the kind of conference which you decided to, the theme of the conference that you put together this year for this award, I think you can also feel that in that theme is that people who are kind of taking into account the gravity of the climate crisis, and you know, like listening to the presentations and thinking about extinction. What also came into my mind is that you know, just to think about. I don't think we can even just think about extinction as happening to other species or other people or some people somewhere else. It's something that we feel so much as a threat to us, however you define that as well. So, I mean, it's like it's something which is no longer an abstract thought or something which you can project somewhere else. It's something that we feel on quite a visceral level when you actually think about it or you feel it, or the sort of shock that, you know, that I felt, the shock of the incredible temperatures and forest fires in London, you know, this summer. I mean, that's completely unheard of. So I think that once you start feeling that, then it sort of changes your orientation to things. And I think that contemporary artists, the kind of practices we write about, are very, very often there. It's no longer just a kind of like a choice of dealing with an environmental theme or dealing with ecology and interest in ecology. It's really about seeing the interconnection between the climate crisis with so many other problems and dimensions of the kind of planetary crisis, economic ones, social problems, and so on. And then looking for the causes as well. That's also something that artists do a lot, looking for the sort of systemic causes in, you know, the capitalist system, legacies of colonialism, and the kind of structures that we live through, the kind of world, the Anthropocene world that we living in and need to change and need to transform, really. So I think that it's the moment of that we're living through is one where we need to make a big change, and it's the urgency, it's recognizing the unprecedented scale and the magnitude of the current moment, and I think that that's what you can feel in really like current climate art practices at the moment.
Rok, your notes are quite full as well. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And I would like to touch on the question of scale, actually, and specifically the planetary scale, or what we might call working towards a shared planetarity. And my question would be directed at Marietta. What forms might mourning non-humans and other relationships with decline and death take at this scale? Of course, beyond something like statistical data, so like an actual witnessing and culturally processing these losses, not only at planetary scale per se, but also this kind of, you know, transversal perspective in intersections of scale.
Thank you so much for the question, and I think that it's precisely. I think before I sort of, you know, answer maybe more directly, I think that the two things. So once again, what you said, that right now, you know, we are kind of experiencing also like in London or in Sweden, you know, like really higher and higher temperatures, but precisely, you know, this has been already kind of really known in the global south, right? I mean, like in many places around the world, people have experienced the, you know, the crazy summers and the kind of crazy sort of, you know, experiencing of climate. The moment it kind of becomes visible at the level of Europe or, you know, places that are more well off, I mean, then it kind of becomes highly urgent. But aside from that, I think that it is also important to talk about planetarity more than kind of global perspective, of course, and this kind of gets us back to people discussing the kind of the presence of thinking in different places, but not kind of universal, because I mean there are of course differences and they matter a lot. So extinctions are experienced differently, but also there is and they matter differently to different people. Or different groups of people, but then also, you know, some extinctions are more sort of, you know, can have a better PR, or, you know, like polar bear going extinct, the idea, for instance, is much more, you know, kind of gets reactions much faster than a species of an insect going extinct, right? So I think that this also shows that there are different valuations, and I think sometimes this uncovering stories of losses that are less, you know, could be less, you know, could count less on basically PR, are very important because they actually matter a lot. And what kind of practices of mourning? I think that, you know, I still would like to go back to this idea and believe in reaching out people in maybe less, you know, less traditional ways of writing and much more kind of artistic expressions, whether it's visual art or poetry or storytelling, the ways that work on a kind of affective level, and this kind of, you know, creation of stories, whether they are visual or written, are really important. It could be a way, you know, of engaging with the loss, of kind of working through, not in the kind of Freudian ideal of, you know, kind of like I work through my mourning and then, you know, I'm sad, but rather really staying with the trouble of that kind of loss. And also speaking of the planetary scale, I think that I really sort of also would like to probably more believe in this transversality of different locations and different locations that can re-engage with local stories of losses, because I think that, you know, again, as much as, you know, some extinctions could you know, can count on better sort of, you know, popularity. Also, stories from some places are more popular than, you know, from others. So I think that you know, the way we can engage and the way we can you know, cherish the species that are still there, or environments. And at the same time remember and really engage with the loss are you know, the ways often not necessarily very, you know, typically scientific, but also more artistic, more kind of oriented towards an affective impact on the, you know, those who engage with that and those who receive those stories, who read those stories. So I think that would be my kind of approach. And I think that it's also, you know, it doesn't really necessarily differ from what has been happening in different, around the world in the different groups, because if we think about also communities and outside of the, you know, typical Euro-American zone or Euro-US zone. So really kind of looking at indigenous communities and just, you know, beyond the so-called proverbial West. I think there are those, you know, local stories, local songs, local poems that engage with that which has been part and parcel of you know, of a given landscape or a place or ecosystem, and which also has a cultural meaning for that given you know, group of people. So yeah, I think that maybe I should stop here.
Thank you. We received a question from our audience online, and it's a question for you, Mr. Fowkes. So in your talk, you focused on the Soviet South, where the distance from the West is relatively large. Now, how would you characterize the socialist Anthropocene operating in the Soviet Western borderlands, which directly bordered so-called the West?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that the reason that it seemed interesting, or why we think it's important to also think, really it's the other way around, because I think the tendency would be to look at the kind of the center of the socialist Anthropocene, the centers, to have a kind of a center-based view, to think about what happened in Moscow or what happened in the European part of the Russian Soviet history. So they're kind of a Russocentric, a centralizing tendency. So kind of people think about the grand projects and infrastructures and the Stalin plan, which I mentioned, think a sort of a centralizing view of it. And what we wanted to do is to expand from that view. So we already see, the socialist Anthropocene quite clearly as happening across Central and Eastern Europe. If we think of the kinds of transformations that happened, the fact that I also alluded to the fact that the Stalin plan of '48 was somehow also directly implemented in some countries more than others, and even the picture I showed of Stalin looking at this huge plan of the Soviet Union, like marking, they're like marking with the planners, where are these new forests going to be and so on. That image was actually replicated on a Czech publication a few years later, which was trying to popularize and implement this idea of the Stalinist transformation of nature in the Czech land. So it's certainly true, and we can see that the socialist Anthropocene really happened and happens in the western part, in what the questioner called the kind of western borderlands, and also in the kind of central Soviet areas. But in this research at the moment that we're doing, also on the socialist Anthropocene, which we're just starting to work on more, we think it's really important not just to look at those centers and those kind of more western parts of the Eastern Bloc story, but also to look at places where, like in the south, like in the so-called Soviet South, Soviet Central Asia, like in the north, places where the socialist mission of modernity, the mission of socialist modernity, kind of collided with indigenous worlds, with other histories, with and with this question of colonization, which we have to deal with now. We have to deal with the problem of the degree to which socialism, as kind of like directed from Moscow, was also, despite its emancipatory mission, was also a kind of, could be, maybe in many cases or in some cases, a form of colonization as well. So that's why it seemed important to also consider Central Asia. And we want to also expand that to not just areas within the Eastern Bloc and the former Soviet Union, but also to think about socialism globally. So we're also going to look at Cuba and countries in Africa, like Angola and so on, which also had socialist histories and moments of socialism as well, in Asia and so on. So that's is kind of why we want to do it. So if I could answer the question by somehow swapping it around like that, but I hope that's okay.
Thank you. Our time for discussion is slowly up, but Urška, you wanted to know? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for your contributions, as well to you, my co-moderators, for your questions. We have half an hour break, so see you again in half an hour with panel number 2. Thank you. make our farewells, and preserve the memory of lost human and non-human lives in order to affirm the politics of the present and future of the relational web of life. Again, we prepared 3 lectures to give us some food for thought. Mick Wilson will speak about political community with the dead. He's a professor of art and director of the doctoral studies program at HDK Valent, Academy of Art and Design, University of Göteborg. He's also a visiting professor at the School of Visual Arts in New York and the Art Academy of Latvia in Riga. His teaching and research interests encompass questions of art, knowledge, curating, and the political imaginary. His recent work addresses themes of political community with the dead, the question of the body count, the rhetoric of knowledge conflict, and the exhibition of inquiry and the aesthetics of food waste. Mr. Wilson, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you also to the organizers for this invitation, but also for this excellent hospitality. Normally I would extemporize, but because I started the day quite early, I'm going to read. So I begin with Foucault. Foucault gives us that the political practices of modernity are first formulated as the task of managing the life of the state's human population. He also gives us that biopolitics produces within itself a thanatopolitics, a politics of death. So the politics of life produces a politics of death, liquidating the very life it claims to protect in what he called vital massacres. Building upon Foucault, Achille Mbembe gives us necropolitics, that surpassing violence in the subjugation of life to the power of death, naming a grammar of power beyond the management of the life of populations, a power first constituted in the colonial projects of the European powers and their slave plantations. So biopolitics, a politics about the management of the life of population, and necropolitics, a politics of the power of death and sustaining populations in forms of living death. So these ideas have been built upon by figures such as Esposito, Agamben, and others who've worked upon different ways of reading biopolitics, while others such as Marina Grindrich and Hans Ruhn, in his recent book, Being with the Dead, have worked upon different ways of reading necropolitics. And other researchers such as Fatma Haskaj and Subrata Banerjee have extended this analysis of necropolitics to necroeconomies and necrocapitalism, etc. So there's a kind of an elaborate scholarship around these concepts. But I would like to step back for a moment from these kind of conceptual philosophical elaborations of all of these various noso, bio, thanato, necro politics to just this very prosaic and practical, a non-metaphysical observation that Foucault made, which is that there is a reorientation of political praxis that emerges with the adoption of the health and later the life of the population as an object and goal of power. And I would like to propose that in this pragmatics of managing the life of populations, of statistical technique, there are certain practical correlations and rhetorical consequences that ensue. But I want to make a distinction here. I want to propose not to see some grand Aristotelian distinction between bios and zoe, or any Hegelian dialectical unfolding of self-other, or any axiomatic principles unfolding magisterially as the animating forces of history. Rather, to see in the history of practices of power contingencies, errancies of practice, polyvalent tendencies, not idealist inevitabilities. So I'm not proposing to ignore the register of the concept or the role of ideation in the way in which practices of power unfold, but rather to take a cautious approach to the degree of agency that we accord to concepts and principles as the determinant drivers or explanations of the unfolding duplicities of history and power. I start from the observation that the bloody-mindedness of the practical thinking doing of states and of non-state actors can quite happily murder and let die, can quite happily torture and make live, and do so in a way that contradiction, aporia, the inconsistent application of principles or conceptual distinctions will cause little friction or problem. A state insists that you must not abort a pregnancy, but casually abandons your progeny to impoverishment and slow death. Another state will try to bomb you into civility. Another state insists upon the sanctity of communal life and slaughters its young in a sacrifice to this sacred principle. Another state says we must not forget the horror because it is the only hope of stopping the horror from happening again. And so the state goes about its daily chores of horror, using the very memory of horror to justify a new horror's cost. Another state says that we must not interfere in the market until one day it says that this or that financial game player is just too big a concern to be allowed to fail. Another state says hate has no place in our public life, so it urgently works to get those hate-mongering criminal outlanders out. Rouse, rouse. Practices, and not only the practices of states, live happily in and run smoothly through the spaces of aporia, of contradiction, of inconsistency, and so on. This is not to say that the concept has no role, that distinctions do not matter, that principles never apply. It is just to say that their role is intermittent, that distinctions matter and don't matter as the weather changes, that principles will be applied assiduously on occasion, here and there, now and then. Sometimes sovereign is he who decides upon the exception, and sometimes, there are exceptions and they go undecided. So when I propose that in the pragmatics of managing the life of populations of statistical technique, there are certain practical consequences that ensue, I don't mean that these are the inevitabilities of a concept working itself out in history. But I also don't mean to completely reduce the saliency of certain structures of meaning and certain ideational forms. I want to try and hold on to Foucault's concern for practices and discontinuities rather than Agamben's concern for putting all of this back into a master Aristotelian discourse that rehearses some grand continuity of Western thinking. So when I want to look at Foucault's proposition, something emerges when power takes as its object the life of population. The things I want to call attention to are that as the life of population becomes an object of power, it is already accompanied by a practice of killing and letting die at the scale of populations, which is further extended in the genocidal reach by biopolitical technique and imaginaries. So vital massacres are not born from the state taking population as its object, but rather biopolitics and vital massacres are born together. They reciprocally augment each other. Their birth site is the colonial scene. As the anti-colonial revolutionary intellectual Frantz Fanon noted long ago, when one searches for the human in the technique and the style of European thought, one sees only an avalanche of murders. Fanon describes the empire of insouciant violence founded upon talk of the value of human life. Fanon, Europe, where they are never done talking of man, yet murder men everywhere they find them. So this dimension of the biopolitical is already always imbricated with genocidal scale of violence. Secondly, as the life of population becomes an object of political power within colonial modernity, the political life of the dead becomes problematized in new ways. One particular tendency is the attempted, but always incomplete, but the attempted radical exclusion of the dead from political community with the living. The reason I bring these two aspects of biopolitics into the conversation today is because I believe that they have a bearing on the way in which the political imaginary of the sixth extinction and climate catastrophe is unfolding. So in summary form, the hunch that I have, and it is just a hunch, the hunch that I have is this. There is an intimate tie between the power that takes the life of population as its task and the power that produces surpassing violences, that destroys life on a vast scale. So consider then the political project to attend to the destruction of environment, to take on ecocide, to take on catastrophic climate change, and to strategize, to manage, to govern through the sixth extinction. Does this not seem like an exponential register of biopolitics? So instead of power taking as its task managing the life of population, we have power taking as its task to manage the life of the population of populations, to manage planetary life. A coming power that will take as its object the life of the population of populations, the life of species diversity. Such a power must then be considered as not only responding to the production of mass, untimely and violent death, death of particular lives, death of forms of life, death of species, death of ecological systems. This exponential register of the biopolitical also provides a framework within which to calculate, to reconcile with, and to further produce mass death, human and non-human. If you work in the name of saving planetary life, all that lives, all that will yet to live, if one works in the name of protecting and securing that, surely you can, indeed you must, take license to dispose of a few tens of millions here and there. You'll notice that as I'm talking, I'm kind of confusing tenses a little. Am I speaking of something that is happening, that has happened, that is yet to come? And in a sense, it is all of this. For some, this coming power that I describe is already the material of the everyday and has been for centuries. For others, this is a rumor of apocalypse that circulates half-heeded in the everyday as the not yet, but almost now. There's also an intimate tie between the power that takes the life of population as its task and the ambiguation of the status of the dead, their participation in co-being with the living. One dimension of this is this radical exclusion of the dead from political community with the living. And I think that this sets particular conditions on the imaginary of extinction, whereby death is understood as a mode of non-being, and the dead are understood as a non-collectivity of non-beings. This is, of course, complicated by the various ways of thinking death in human and or more than human terms. The hunch that I have is that biopolitics as a machinery of vital massacres and annihilation, and death understood as a radical mode of non-being, combine in an exponential manner in the project of managing the sixth extinction. This potentially will open the way to a discourse that legitimizes vital massacres on a surpassing scale, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, producing a new sublime, the sublime of the body count. So in the second half of this, what I would like to fill out is just one aspect of this construction of the dead as non-beings and their radical exclusion. And I want to contrast this with an alternate imaginary of the dead and of being in community with the dead. So a little bit of a digression for a moment. So one of the most famous exclusions of the dead from political community with the living is to be found in Thomas Jefferson's correspondence with James Madison shortly after the framing of the federal US-American Constitution, identifying the question as whether one generation of men has a right to bind another as among the fundamental principles of every government. Jefferson proposes to prove that no generation can contract debts greater than may be paid during the course of its own existence. He makes his argument by appeal to the seeming obviousness of the non-ownership status of the dead. So Jefferson says, I set out on this ground, which I suppose to be self-evident, that the earth belongs in usufruct to the living, that the dead have neither powers nor rights over it. The earth belongs always to the living generation. The pronouncement on the exclusion of the dead from property rights and from all powers and rights over the earth is already a matter only for dead, adult, white, formally propertied men, since the prior exclusion of those without property, of the indigenous, of slaves, of women, and of children had already been accomplished within Jefferson's androcentric constituency of suffrage. Madison responds to Jefferson's exclusion and establishes a basis for the agency of the dead among the living. He says, if the earth be the gift of nature to the living, their title can extend to the earth in its natural state only. The improvements made by the dead form a charge against the living who take the benefit of them. This charge can no otherwise be satisfied than by executing the will of the dead accompanying their improvements. In these exchanges between Jefferson and Madison on the foundation of the state in natural law and the question of the status of the dead and their will vis-a-vis the living, we see a confrontation between a tendency to radically exclude the dead, they have no claim upon us, they have no claim upon the earth, to a kind of moderated, a very attenuated form of inclusion within community when Madison says, well, we have to respect the wishes of the dead about how their property should be used after they go. The Jefferson-Madison exchange pivots on the question of the role of the dead in respect of property. This, in turn, is a component argument in addressing the question of the political role of the dead in determining the action of the state. Importantly, this radical exclusion of the dead proposed by Jefferson and the limited property-based post-mortem agency of dead persons has been the animating logic of colonial modernity and fundamental to the expropriation of indigenous lands and the destruction of ways of life. So within the colonial project of the European powers, the extension of various regimes of property rights over native lands was achieved through state-sponsored, state-sanctioned, state-enabled campaigns of extreme violence and terror. So I'm not yet able, maybe this is a lucky thing, but I'm not yet able to elaborate here, and time doesn't really allow, but I want to suggest that this possessive individual account of the dead as radically excluded, as non-beings, that it has a resonance in a different register in the philosophical theme of death as the horizon of the subject. There is a recurrent turn to the theme of death as the horizon or the ownmost potentiality of the subject. The animal perishes, the human dies. All those. The theme of death as the subject's most owned, most subjective, and yet fundamental limit tends to place death as a matter of the fate of the sovereign individual. But of course, there are those who imagine otherwise. So I want to turn to 3 examples of people elaborating a different imaginary whereby the dead are not non-beings, but are in some sense co-beings with the living. So one of these figures is the figure called the crowd of the dead. This comes from Gaelic, from the Irish language, and the expression slua na marav, the gang, the crowd of the dead. And it's attested in many other traditions, fleetingly referenced by Elias Canetti in his famous book on crowds and power. The crowd of the dead proposes a de-individuated and swarming mass of the dead as a material force, a thickening of the air that moves in the world of the living, not as an antithesis to, but as an alterity and an agency moving among the living. The crowd of the dead figures a form of material ancestral co-being coming into proximity to the living, not as a revenant, not as a shade, not as a ghost, not as a spectre, but as stuff, as thingly force congealing materially, not as ectoplasm, but rather as mist, as smoke, a sudden glooming of the weather, a seething mass of insects, a wheeling flock of birds, or as some other abruption in the material textures of the world. A related, though different figure appears in the work of artist scholars such as Denise Ferreira da Silva, who point to the material persistence of the dead as environment, as matter, as soluble and insoluble stuff diffusing through the ocean, the air, and the earth. For da Silva, in the wake of the Middle Passage of the Atlantic, in the wake of the slave trade, the Atlantic is constituted by these dead people who did not complete the voyage between the West African coast and the Americas or Europe. And not only the dead ones, those who completed the crossing to be sold as slaves also left traces of their bodies as sweat, blood, urine, spit in the waters along the way. Residence time, the measure of duration for the persistence of different materials in the ocean, reminds us of that. Residence time also tells us that traces of the flesh of the dead slaves remains here now as part of the composition that is the Atlantic Ocean. A third example of a different imaginary of the co-being of the dead with the living. Eva Domanska, writing in the context of the forensic turn in the humanities, produces a related figure of the materiality of the dead in terms of multi-species co-belonging and the more than human. Domanska does so by arguing for the importance of the decomposition, the biomechanical dehumanization of the body as its incorporation into another mode of community. While dehumanization, this is Domanska, while dehumanization in the symbolic world of culture denotes exclusion from the dominant human collective, in an organic multi-species environment, it means inclusion into a much broader collective of beings, of which only some are post-human in the sense that they were once human. The dehumanization of the dead body, when considered as a post-human existence, is, I repeat, the sine qua non of its incorporation into a multi-species environment. So those are 3 examples of alternate imaginaries whereby the dead and the living coexist and where the dead are not mere non-entities, mere non-beings, but these are also not invocations of the ghost or the spirit. These are not transcendental fantasies. These are materialist imaginaries. So where does all that I've given you now, where does it get us? Well, not very far, perhaps. In the abstract for today's talk, I framed the question as, can there be political imaginaries of birth, life, death, beyond the bio, beyond the necropolitical horizon, beyond death as the possession of the colonial modern subject and its own most possibility? The question is, of course, heavily loaded. I'm suggesting that there are indeed a range of resources for elaborating an imaginary of the dead as something other than non-being. The dead are not nothing, but the double negation in that signals the ambiguous mode of being that the dead operate within. My basic proposition, however, is that death must be seen as something other than mere non-being and something other than a moment of radical individuation or singularity. My proposition is that if we rethink the nature of the dead and we rethink the possibility of living within political community with the dead, that it will in some way provide a counterpoint to the tendency within the biopolitical project which would take the life, the planetary life, as its object of stewardship. It will countermand in some degree its tendency to embrace vital massacres on the excuse that it is protecting all of life. The basic caution I have is that a power will come. A power will come which takes as its task the security of planetary life. It will say, we did not author the carbon economy. We did not initiate ecological degradation. We inherited a despoiled world. We take our historical responsibility and we do some unpleasant things in the name of protecting all that lives. The only way to counter that coming power is for we, the future dead, to bind that generation to us. We dead must be in relationship with the living. Thank you.
Political community with the dead. Thank you, Professor Wilson. Šejla Kamerić is joining us next with a presentation on an essay titled Ab uno disce omnes, From One Learn All. She is a visual artist whose practice involves film, photography, objects, drawings, and installations. She has received widespread acclaim for the poignant intimacy and social commentary that have become the main elements of her work. Šejla Kamerić both warns of and creates powerful political statements. Please.
Is it okay if I...
Yeah.
Good evening, and thank you for invitation to talk today. It is an honor to be here and to discuss such important subjects that we are doing tonight. I'll speak about the project that I've been doing for the last decade, and it's entitled Ab uno disce omnes. It's a multidisciplinary project that was commissioned by the Wellcome Collection from London. A part of Wellcome Trust, Wellcome Collection is a museum and a library that aims to change how we all think and feel about health, with a mission to improve it through the research. With their program, they create opportunity for people to think about the connection between the science, medicine, life, and art. In 2012, Wellcome Collection began to plan an exhibition that would examine the history, science, and art of forensics. They approached me to propose a project that would develop over the course of 3 years and would be shown in London in 2015 at the exhibition entitled Forensic: The Anatomy of Crime. The exhibition was structured to contain original forensic evidence, photographic documentation, film footage, forensic instruments, specimens, as well as the work of forensic anthropologists, archaeologists, and artists, such as the works by Christian Borland on facial reconstruction, Jenny Holzer on sexual violence, Alfredo Jaras on Rwanda genocide, and Patricio Guzman on a political disappearance in Chile. When I received the invitation to participate and propose a project, I had conflict emotions. It was flattering, but also painful, and in many ways overpowering. I'm an artist, but beforehand, I'm a war survivor, a Bosnian girl. And unfortunately, because of the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the forensic case that was developed there, that happened there, was the biggest forensic case in history. Over 100,000 people lost their lives in Bosnia and Herzegovina during the war. And that figure includes approximately 32,000 missing persons. Peace agreement that was made in 1995 stopped but didn't really end the war. Conclusion was necessary and crime prosecutions were needed. Local forensic efforts was not enough. To clear its own conscious, international community geared the political will and provided financial support for this huge undertaking of forensic case that was needed. Parallel to this, forensic science was ready for the next big step. Thanks to the Bosnia and Herzegovina case, DNA testing kit for identification was fully developed and put in broader use. Later, victims from the 9/11 attack and the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami were identified using this method. And many of DNA samples actually from these victims were processed in the labs in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Another example is that for the first time in forensic, the satellite footage was used to locate the mass graves and prove relocation of the bodies. But the most important achievement of forensic medicine in Bosnia and Herzegovina in regard of 32,000 missing persons depended upon 3 equally important perspectives from which it was observed. Firstly, as I already mentioned, from the scientific perspective, it was the first DNA identification-led effort that showed that the proper applied DNA technology can be successfully used on a large number of missing persons, not necessarily geographically or incidentally connected. Secondly, from a juridical point, identification success was to individualize the war crime and genocide victims, preventing them to become just a statistic due to the weight of their numbers. Finally, the identification effort gave a sense of closure to the victim's family, which is crucial for the healing process to begin. How can we comprehend the devastation and the brutal legacy of the war? Can we learn from it? Can we learn from the lost, from the dead, and how? Project Tabuno Disce Omnes stems from all these questions, attesting the absence of countless family members across the region and a painstaking forensic process of recovering and identifying the massacre victims. The project was seeking to reconcile the cultural, political, and historical void between the proliferation of statistic information and the enduring human consequences of the war. To work on this project, I knew I had to put my own experience and emotions aside. Obviously, that was extremely hard. My artistic approach had to be scientifically formed. I decided to work with a young researcher who were either born during or after the war and didn't have a personal experience of the war, or they didn't remember it. The project began as academic data gathering mission, a meticulous process much like a methodology of a medical research where information is comprehensively collected, cross-checked, analyzed, systematically categorized. With each new contribution, the process grew in complexity, raising important questions regarding the nature of information that has been filtered through bureaucratical barriers and how it's subsequently perceived when juxtaposed with other sets of documents and images from diverse range of sources, ultimately asking the question, what are the consequences of imposing a singular viewpoint or the assemblage of interconnected information? In this process, we are amazed to an extraordinary accumulation of individual cases, photographs, film footage, legal documents, forensic activity and report, testimony, transcripts, press coverage, as well as the video footage taken during on-site visits on the sites of atrocities, mass graves, mortuary facilities, and DNA labs. The question of archiving such a huge amount of data became a conceptual issue. And simple parallel to the DNA became obvious. Each organism's DNA is unique. It holds a precious information. Only DNA and no other molecule carries ability to copy and pass heritable information to subsequent generation. DNA is essence of its life itself. Each DNA molecule can store up to 215 million gigabytes of data in a single double-stranded molecule, making it one of the highest density storage medium in the world. In 2013, scientists at Cambridge demonstrated the vast potential of genetic storage by synthesizing DNA with the entire collection of Shakespeare's 154 sonnets. Huge quantities of information could be written into the speck of DNA and archived for tens of thousands of years. So what if Bosnian forensic case could be stored on the single DNA? A molecule, a DNA, essence of life that would hold information about the loss. Would that somehow help us or help preserve a precious knowledge? And again, what are the consequences of imposing a singular viewpoint onto this vast of data? And simply, again, can one human being grasp such a huge amount of information? Bosnian forensic case will never be closed. Thousands of missing persons will never be found. Therefore, final archive is impossible. And the archives are incomplete, as the Obi-Wan Kenobi said in the Star Wars movies. But constant gathering and preserving data is important. Archives are essential. Unlike pools, archives need to have authenticity, reliability, integrity, and usability. Archives are witnesses of the past. They provide the evidence, explanation, and justification both of the past actions as well as current decisions. In the world that is polluted and oversaturated with all sorts of different content, it's crucial to find a solution that will allow us to use a minimal space and resources to keep the archive. As our attention spans get shorter, the amount of information that we can momentarily reach becomes enormous. The impact of distraction on the usability on one side and quantity noise on the other is our reality. But we need to find different usability strategies to overcome these distractions. And the noise, the gray matter, DNA junk, and empty space, this is where the connections are born. In our context, this space is where the science meets art and possibly come with a new solution. We can agree on time and space that we share, but our viewpoints are unique, same as our DNA. So far, archives are contemporaneous records of the individuals or organizations with a particular level of involvement and a point of view. So far, I said, the artificial intelligence, of course, is changing that already. But if we see archives as existing evidence, and what if we create usability that allows freedom to interpret based on evidence? How different algorithms can help in this? With the project Tabuno Disce Omnes, we try to experiment with these ideas. So far, the outcome include one, research methodology, which is ongoing practice. 2, a growing forensic archive, and 3, a multimedia art installation, all interconnected, but also existing independently of each other. Thanks to the work from different researchers, individuals, but also different organizations and institutions such as ICMP, International Commission for Missing Persons, Memorial Center Repository in Srebrenica, among others, the research continues and the archive is constantly expanding. On the continually evolving open server, this archive exists as a part of multimedia installation taking the form of vast repository visual data. Video output in the art installation function as a tool to navigate this archive. Short 5 to 10 seconds video clips captured from the collected material in a field research process are some sort of a summary. These individual video clips currently amount over 35,000 files, that equals to almost 100 hours of a viewing material. To avoid creating one imposed narrative, we decided to use a sortition. It functioned actually as a free editing experiment. The indiscriminate nature of database resembling a digital organism constantly mapping and resembling information about itself as data constantly continues to grow. This is all experienced in the charged environment in the mortuary fridge as an installation, where the video clips from the server are randomly selected and constantly reshuffled, providing each observer a unique encounter with the work, a living memorial in a form of data. The name of the project, Abuno disce omnes, comes from Virgil's Aeneid, that translates from one learn all. The artwork provides experience that can function as a method of entering the archives. Visual evidence presented through the sortition that advises viewer to learn. The artwork can become a guide through the difficult landscape of the war, loss, and search for truth. It can give haunting perspective of one individual representing the lives of many thousands. Abuno disce omnes therefore impels on urge and consideration of an anatomy of war and the vital importance of collecting, compiling, and navigating evidence, thereby revealing the magnitude of the human tragedy in its center. If we can imagine that every human life is a abundance of unique details, moments, and feelings that are totally unrepeatable, since one will never feel or know what one human felt and knew. And if each human life is a knot in a web of other, emotionally bound human lives, what happens when one web has been torn forever? Through interwoven stands of memory, data, and statistic, these artworks try to encapsulate both the challenge, the valid process of intensity of single journey in attempt to comprehend it. The intricate web of recovered history, reclaimed lives, and yet uncertain future. Thank you.
Šejla Kamerić, thank you very much. Yeah. And last but not least, with us, our guest is my esteemed colleague, Boštjan Videmšek, an experienced war correspondent who has covered all major conflicts during the last 25 years. And during the past 5 years, he has turned his focus on the consequences of climate change and the search for solutions. Videmšek is also the author of 7 books about modern conflicts and migration. I have seen too much is the title of his essay. Boštjan, please.
Hvala, thank you. Good evening, and thanks for the invitation. On several occasions, I have promised both my closest ones and myself that my war reporting boots have been hung up for good. I was among the youngest ones when I started out. When I started feeling that enough was enough, that was like 20 years later, I was one of the oldest. I have been stripped of all comforting illusions and comprehensively addled by recurring pointless tragedy. I was at my wit's end, and I had to do something. Along with my illusions, the wars I covered cost me several friends, including my best mate, David Beriain, a twin brother who was killed last year in Burkina Faso. It was also glaringly clear that I had already used all of my get out of my jail free cards. My luck, actually, and then some more. Enough is enough, I kept repeating, especially given my mounting disillusionment with the power of my vocation, of my profession. For me, journalism was never merely a job. From when I started as a 16-year-old, it was much more of a lifestyle or even life itself. This made it so much harder for me to accept that my work had swiftly and irreparably lost most of its value to a society that was apparently content to drown its own madness. The post-fact order that we have dreamed up overnight is a place where cranks like me and my colleagues are tolerated at best. The rise of the anti-social networks, with their echo chambers of pre-chewed opinions based on zero expertise, has ushered in a new age, one that is not yet named, but is getting more powerful with every millisecond. The best description that I have come up with for this current and possibly final stage in our species' evolution is the dictatorship of nothingness. An antisocial revolution, especially in the context of the pandemics and the atomization of the society, of the remains of the society. In this new and increasingly powerful reality, there is little place for journalists, or even, for that matter, scientists. We have lost the global citizenship. Many of the wars I used to cover never ended. They just smoldered on. They are the so-called forever wars. Most of them, Iraq, Afghanistan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Syria, Libya, Somalia, Darfur, Gaza, and in the last 9 months, Ukraine, kept smoldering to this day, their embers regularly fanned into new explosions of previously unimaginable violence. In the still resplendent citadels of the West, the refugees who these wars leave behind have been increasingly seen and treated as nuclear waste, as toxic waste. The open and free society we have been programmed to expect is now comprehensively riddled with walls, watchtowers, barbed wire, and paramilitary insignias that execute the wholesale resurgence of racism, xenophobia, and hardcore fascism. All the old ideological divisions have been strengthened. Brand new ones are rearing their revolting heads with each passing day. Our capacity for historic recall seems to have withered on the vine again. Our capacity for shame seems to have been euthanized somewhere in the foxholes of internet guaranteed anonymity. Others' pain, the pain of others, is now a business category at best. If one's work has little to no effect on the world, it amounts to little more than participation observation, an ego safari of a kind. Professional ethics and authenticity, credibility have suffered the most. As Richard Kapuczynski, the legendary Polish journalist and writer, said when he was asked about the consequences of information technology's fast development, quote, "The consequences are terrible. There is no future. The past is non-existing. Everything begins today. Every single event is hanged in emptiness. In today's world, media is like a school board, whipping it over and over again and writing on it over and over and over again. Everything gets deleted and is being forced to start from ground zero all over again. The lack of continuity is responsible for the past not being transferred into the history, but rather in the archaeology. The past gets the shape of a fossil immediately without any emotional contact. This is a big weakness of a modern man, his big misfortune. One can't be anchored in history because the past events are waning from his consciousness." End of quote. So what could I do? How could I reinvent myself in this world where sheer reflexes were now king, where nothing consequential was of any consequence, and where many of its most august members were acting as if it wouldn't be a problem if the sun never rose again? I had traveled far and wide and had faced the horrendous wages of climate change with every single step. I decided to tell this story, one that should be on the tip of everyone's tongues all the time. I managed to find my new front line. The climate crisis is nothing less than a global, total, and all-encompassing war. It is humanity's war against itself, a war against future generations, against entire ecosystems, and against the natural order itself. It is a brutal frontal assault on the very planet that so generously provides our sustenance. It is a war against balance and coexistence. It is, in short, a war on the very concept of the future. The climate crisis is the key frontline of our times. The Earth is heating up faster than even the most pessimistic experts have predicted. Even the habitually conservative IPCC estimates bear this out. The targets set by the Paris Climate Summit of 2015 to limit the temperature increase to 1 degrees Celsius by 2100 now seems like a mere prayer. Fake news, actually. The last summer recorded hottest months in the history of temperature measurement. I could observe the glaciers melt in Iceland when the Iceland country got shocked by a summer with unique temperatures that easily reached 25 degrees Celsius already 3 years ago. This was an increasingly iceless Iceland where farmers had to switch to working at night when the heat dropped to a point where the toilers could actually catch their breath. All of this in the immediate vicinity of the Arctic Circle. At the Akureyri port in the north of Iceland, we could observe ship after ship returning from the Arctics, all of them filled with the shocked, soot-streaked faces of researchers who were witnessing fires when they should have been freezing half to death. Alaska, Greenland, and Siberia were burning, all at the same time. The permafrost was melting, and it continues to melt as we speak. Yet pundits and policymakers seem to have almost completely missed this stark fact. Methane, a greenhouse gas potentially far more devastating to the climate than carbon dioxide, keeps seeping up in the atmosphere. Small lakes are sprouting all over the no longer permanent frost. When, inevitably, oxygen gets introduced to the equation, violent detonations are the natural result. This is a mere glimpse of what our common future has in store, a shape of things to come. 1 billion animals were killed in Australian wildfires just in a few weeks in 2020. This got dismissed as a mere collateral damage, if that at all. These apocalyptic scenes have come on the heels of the recent Amazon forest fires and radical deforestation. In the blink of an eye, we have become accustomed to such devastating images, not believing them to be any more real than the reality shows, climaxes, and dime store spectacles that much of the population has retreated into. The list goes on and on. There is the 6th mass extinction, directly traceable to mankind's effects on the planet. As of right now, the planet supports only half as much wildlife as it did in 1970. The human race makes up for 30% of the combined mass of all existing vertebrates. 67% is accounted for by farm animals, while the vertebrates living in the wild take up a measly 3%. In this very moment, 16,000 known animal species are critically endangered. How about the death, the demise of Australian Great Barrier Reef, or the vanishing of anywhere up to 80% of the planet's insect life? How about our little warm oceans? The current warming rate means that by 2100, oxygen production by phytoplankton could stop because the hotter temperatures will disturb the essential process of photosynthesis. This would likely result in the mass mortality of animals and humans. How about the so-called Black Holocaust, perpetrated around the globe by fossil fuel lobbies, whose thirst for profit remains the biggest driving force behind our imminent apocalypse? The Russian aggression on Ukraine was a blessing for the oil and gas industry. The profits are higher than ever. Shell and Total Energies, for example, have reported nearly $10 billion in profits in the third quarter of this year. Coal is having a comeback. And another pure data, historic income of fossil industries in last 150 years, for example, it's 22 trillion. This year only, it's going to be 4 trillion. It's 80% of his historic income. This year, it is the pure orgy, multi-orgy for fossil industry. How about the rapidly shifting marine currents or the ever-increasing emissions of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere? At the time of writing of this essay, the toll stands at 420 particles per million. How about all the polar bears who must swim for 200 kilometers without pause as their natural habitat keeps vanishing around them and they must hunt belugas to survive? How about the hordes of climate-related refugees, human and non-human, who are certain to dramatically influence our near future? According to the last World Bank estimates, the effects of climate change are set to drive 260 million people from their homes in Asia, Africa, and Latin America alone till 2050. This is also a tale of a world rapidly drying up, a world whose fate is increasingly being determined by a series of water wars. The world that we thought we knew is now rapidly disintegrating as we keep nodding off in front of the televisions. This Tuesday, humanity reached 8 billion. Everything has been said, endlessly, ceaselessly, while the average attention span, the paramount casualty of our age, has shrunk to almost nothing. The science is clear. Yet, in most of the first world, the effects of climate change are still filled under the category of something that happens to other people. Something far from an actual existential threat that, therefore, hardly merits a forceful response. Let us put it even more bluntly. This rapidly advancing crisis is something our evolution has left us dearly unprepared for. Even worse, our survival mechanisms seem to keep dividing us when we should be sparing no cost to join. I truly get how hard it must be for some to believe that impending cataclysm can still be prevented. Or, failing that its effects can at least be mitigated. Humanity is a species marked by, among other things, wars, genocide, ecocide, racism, greed, industrial killing of other species and its own, and every imaginable form of violence. After more than 2 decades covering the globe's countless flashpoints and crises, I have been afforded a succession of ghastly insights into the workings of global economy. Such a rallying cry for hope as presented here sometimes strikes me as a form of cognitive, if not moral dissonance. I often have trouble mastering up the optimism that realistically something can still be done. I've seen too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Boštjan, if you could stay with us here at the podium, and I will ask Professor Wilson and Šejla Kamerić as well to join us. It's a discussion that is following the panel number 2. We will follow the same protocol as we did with panel 1. Joining me, co-moderators again, Urška Jurman, an art historian and sociologist of culture, and Rok Kranjc, an eco-social transformations researcher at the Institute for Ecology in Ljubljana. For those of you following us online, if you have questions for our panelists, do send them to us. How should we start? Who wants to go first? Okay, can you just turn on the microphone? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Boštjan. I have to start with your in-your-face talk. I hear you. We have to face first these hard, pure facts, as you say. But what comes from there on? And I question, how to sustain hope in these difficult conditions that you laid out in front of us. Nataša already in presentation of your work mentioned that you turned your focus as a writer and journalist, reporter, researcher on the consequences of climate change, but also the search for solutions. And in your book, Plan B, How Not to Lose Hope in the Times of Climate Change, climate crisis, you and the photographer Matjaž Krivic present the most promising new practices in the fight against climate change. And this book was named Slovenian Book of the Year in 2020. So it seems to me that people, we also need stories of hope, stories of inspiration, examples from which we can learn from. So I would like to ask you if you can share with us what kind of stories of hope, of inspiration and, let's say, lessons to learn you find personally somehow the most valuable, and why?
Thank you, Urška. Well, all the human civilizations, also parallel civilizations, were built on fiction. Huh? So, yeah, this is where hope lies. Well, I mean, I had enough of, just reporting the consequences, just observing, the mass graves, just reporting what I see with my own eyes, because during all these years, I accumulated some experience, some knowledge, some insights, and it's a false alibi for a journalist to say, I'm here only to post questions, I mean, if you have knowledge, if you have the access, and you have, I don't know, an open road, a highway to the public, then you also have to offer the answers. At least you have to try to offer the answers. And of course, in the conflicts, physical conflicts, in wars, in kinetic conflicts, this is close to impossible. You can offer an analyze, you can, I don't know, you cannot, I mean, I don't believe in objective journalism. Fuck objectivity in journalism. You're always on the side of the weak, the one who's weak, that's it. Fuck objective journalism. This is not journalism, this is against human rights. Plain and simple. It's Anglo-Saxon school of journalism, which is power-based. I don't like it. And it's more and more used in everywhere else as kind of balancing act, which is only protecting the status quo. I don't believe in journalism of this kind. So I've decided to do a step forward and to kind of breach the rules of ethical, maybe, or professional rules of my profession. So that means that I kind of become an actor. So with presenting, together with the photographer Matjaž, we went out there, we traveled the world, around and around, and found different practices already existing, already successful in fighting the climate crisis. But it was not, and it's not only about technologies. The technology which is not supported by the social or economical change could easily turn into a weapon of any kind. So first we were trying to target the societies, the individuals, the driving force behind the change, but the main thing was that all the places which we visited were already hit by the climate change. There was no way back. I mean, the shit already hit the fan. So that was the first thing, and the second thing was, yes, the society means solidarity, means ethics, means action. So through this, the technology comes in, and then some kind of business initiative, and with all this, we kind of created a manual through all the cases presented in the book. And we were extremely happy to find out that this was not our illusion, that it was not an utopia or an existing utopia. Of course, there are some, but that was really beautiful to go out of, the wars, and to see that in this crucial human conflict, not non-human conflict of our times, you can still keep the hope alive. But this project was done in the years 2017 to 2020. It was finished just before the pandemics. So what happened afterwards was horrifying for the fight with the climate change and the awareness of the society. First, the atomization of the remains of the society. Margaret Thatcher must be happy in her grave now. Afterwards, the energy crisis and the war in Ukraine, as I was explaining before. These things have gave a chance to the empire to strike back, to use the Star Wars, not the Star Trek analogy. you know, and it's happening right here, right now. And to be honest, 3 years ago, I was super hopeful and that things could work, you know, that even with journalism, things can move a bit, you know, forward. Now, I cannot say that.
Rok, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to direct this to Šejla. And it would be about the living memorial in the form of data as a form itself. So like this collective data gathering and through it reconstructing lives, relations, landscapes and histories. One might call this almost a kind of knowledge commons or a practice of commoning, but we're not only speaking of knowledge here, of course, but sharing, mapping, developing different perspectives and sensibilities and modes of perception and experience. And my question would be, what kind of transformative agency is or might be created through a living memorial?
Thank you for your question. I will go back to the topic of hope and connected to your question, of course. There is no hope in a way, but the hope comes from the fact that we should all know that we will all die, and that by this short time that we have, we should find a way to enjoy, but be responsible with that. So, for example, dancing is better than shopping, and we should try to find ways to enjoy learning again. And instead of brainwashing or binge watching with a cheap entertainment that is given to us, we should encourage us ourselves, but also the future generation to learn from everything that so far we were able to create on this earth. The good examples or the bad examples as well. So the work that we tried to make function also as I said in my presentation, it is kind of an entry point for a viewer, for someone who I imagine being a young and answering the question how to get that person enthusiastic about learning about such a hard topic. You know, why would somebody all of a sudden start learning and exploring such a difficult material? But there are always points in which we connect, which we share, and those points actually in the project in Abunu Disce Omnes, those short video clips actually function as a triggers. So somehow, I mean, we have to find ways for our empathy to function again. And empathy is actually, you know, the part of in our brain, there is a part, the physical part of our brain, which is responsible for empathy. So we can, you know, like every muscle, we can build that, you know. For example, the psychopath murderers, they actually lack of that part, or their part is like minimal brain. But, you know, on average, our humans do have this capacity also to work on the empathy, and somehow I believe that there are points in which we can encourage someone to use that, to build that, and through that to learn more and find maybe a source of knowledge that will, I don't know if it will heal the world that we live in, but at least to be as pathetic as but honest as it should be, to really make the world a better place.
Professor Wilson, you've been writing something down, a comment, possibly? No? The microphone, please.
I was just taking a note of the book.
Okay. He has several ones.
Plan B.
Yeah, could you wait for a microphone? If we have... we have someone who will bring you a microphone. Please, there is a lady in red. And please do introduce yourself and say who you have a question for.
I apologize, it was just technical question. In which language are the books? In Slovenian or in some language that more of us understand? Sorry.
Microphone, please.
Okay. Plan B is in English.
Boštjan.
Yeah, a couple of books are in English, with Google will help. Thank you. True that.
So if anyone else, okay, here we have another one. Please introduce yourself and say who you have a question for.
Hi, my name is Ivana Bagom. Thank you all for these presentations. I have a question for Mick. Well, I kind of understand, or think I understand, what kind of relation or political community between the living and the dead you are summoning. And actually, I'm trying to think through something similar in my own work that deals with the work of Grupa Spomenik, or Monument Group. They do a lot of work around the Srebrenica genocide. At the same time, I don't really understand, or maybe I missed it. I also wasn't very concentrated through the talk, sorry. I don't understand how the dead are not already very much part of our political communities, right? Especially as someone coming from the same region as Šejla, I feel the dead are constantly there. Tomorrow, it's the 18th of November, and in Croatia, we are marking the anniversary of the fall of Vukovar, and we're going to commemorate the dead, right? But at the same time, we're going to use them and abuse them to strengthen the nation, right? And it's also the classical definition of nationalism by Ernest, I'm forgetting his name. No, the French 19th century guy who wrote this text, What is a Nation? Ernest Renan. Yes, who said the nation is not so much constituted by celebrating victories, but shared traumas, right? So, it's all about what we have suffered together, and then, of course, it's all about coming together and seeking revenge, for the dead, etc. And, of course, constantly digging up new graves. For example, in Croatia, now it's about Bleiburg and victims of the communism, etc. So I think you understand what I mean. Also, there's an interesting book by Katrin Verdadi, a US anthropologist. It's called The Political Lives of the Dead, and talks precisely about this issue. So I feel that what you're doing is more about how we can establish the relation between the dead and the living that could be different than the abusive relationships that we already very much have. Yeah,
thank you for your question.
Thank you for this very generous question, very difficult question. So I think it's important to just emphasize that the attempted radical exclusion of the dead from political community is attempted but not accomplished. And as you rightly say, the dead are always with us within our political lives in different ways. But I think this thing that you point to about a kind of instrumentalized relationship with the dead, and particularly the way in which the dead are mobilized within nationalism and within ethno-nationalism, which is what nationalism will always become. And I think it's the classic thing of the tomb of the unknown soldier. These monuments to the noble dead that create an obligation on us to go out and do some more killing. So the only counter, or the only thing I can point to is, I think there is a problem with a particular notion of culture of memory or politics of memory that has become rampant in the post-WW2 era, which is it's a kind of truth and reconciliation. If we meet each other and we tell each other the horrors that we have commissioned upon each other, if we acknowledge the truth of the past, we will somehow work through it to be able to come to something else. And I do not dismiss this, but it's just a caution that other traditions have worked out other ways of thinking about this question of how you deal with the horrors of the past. And one example that I often look to is a case among a group of South American indigenous peoples who were the victims of the Putumayo rubber economy of the early 20th century, where incredible excesses of violence were met out on this population. And there's an anthropologist's account of a journey he makes with the descendants of the victims of this violence, where they revisit the site in the forest where they originally came from and where this violence happened. And the kind of elder of the group leading the group to the site, and the purpose of the visit is to in some way unburden the next generation of this trauma history. But the way in which the unburdening is done is the elder addresses the ancestors and says, we don't know what happened to you. We don't know how you came to die here. So there's a disavowal of the knowledge of the horror is actually the mechanism through which some kind of possibility of future living is instated. Now, I'm not proposing this as the solution, but what I'm trying to instantiate is a radically different understanding of how atrocity, how horror operates and reproduces itself. And it's because the fear that if you disclose the atrocity in its fullness, you don't thereby appease, but rather what you do is you further extend. You extend the atrocity by. But so I don't really have a full response, but I also think there's something about the way in which atrocity is now just one of the tools of political life, both the commissioning of atrocity, but also the contestation of the representation of atrocity. And I think this makes me a little bit cautious about the kind of turn to affect that is so pervasive in these discussions. I just don't know that the turn to affect is necessarily going to retrieve it. But anyway, I'm sorry, I spoke too much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Can I go on? Mick, I would like to ask you, because you also research a lot exhibition practices. You were now talking also about the modes of representation. So you research exhibition practices, rethinking art institutions, curating. So how then you would, what would you say how museums, especially the ones marked with the colonial history, you know, how they should acknowledge this political community with the dead, that in a way how you are conceiving it, dead as a co-being, you know, in the way how they work with the collection, which is also kind of a technical instrument that you were discussing about in the talk, display, all these.
Well, I mean, I think it's really interesting in terms of this question of how we are doing work. We do ancestor work. This is what museums are. They are ancestor work. They are death work. I don't have a blanket prescription for how they should operate and what they should do. I think it is really interesting to see the kind of processes that are happening around trying to work out what to do in terms of repatriating these enormous hordes of collections of indigenous goods taken into European museums from all over the world. So I think there might be something valuable in terms of looking at the specificities of these, because it's not simply a question of restoring things to a community that no longer exists, or a community that is radically different from the community which was raped and robbed. So, but the key thing I would hope is that if we use different ways of thinking about what death actually is, like avoiding this radical dichotomy of life and death as simply polar opposites, that if that can be woven into how we address all of these kinds of questions, then I think other possibilities open up. But the main caution I have is there's something about that in our discourse. I don't know that we are reconciled to the fact of violence as just the part of our condition. It seems there's a kind of disavowal of violence always at work in our discourse. Violence is something that someone else does or someone else has done, or that is just a bad thing, rather than violence avowed as just part of our condition. Not avowing it so as to promote it, but avowing it precisely to more effectively address it as part of our condition. And so this is, in the museums, in these, the way in which the question... Yeah.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
Sorry. Anyway, it's probably better I just cut. But basically, what I'm trying to... I have a caution about the way in which the theme of ethics circulates, because I see within this somehow a disavowal of violence as not something out there and bad, but violence is something that is integral to our condition as embodied beings. And that somehow if we disavow that violence, we magnify it, we augment it. There must be some other way of avowing it which is not about augmenting it. And I see this as something that is kind of missing in our discourse. But that's just...
Rok, please go ahead.
Thank you. So on the topic of Boštjan's many books, your new book, Zadnji dve, or The Last Two, written with Marietta Videmšek, tells the story of the last two northern white rhinos and the efforts to prevent the extinction of this species. At the same time, we heard from Thom and Marietta that a great majority of the animal kingdom is comprised of invertebrates, but they're not as publicly discussed as the loss of mammals, say. And this is far from saying that you should not have written a book about rhinos, far from it. But in fact, you have written critically about this kind of hierarchization in terms of whose lives count and whose not, and whose lives are grieved publicly, also in consideration to human lives. For example, migrants dying in the Mediterranean Sea, or even closer to home, so to say, in the Kolpa River in the south of Slovenia, which do not invoke much public grief. And kind of harking back to what Thom was saying about storytelling, we thought it might be relevant to ask, what's your experience as a researcher and writer in terms of what stories move people towards empathy and maybe even collective action? Or to phrase it as an open question, like how to narrate complex questions that seem far away and seemingly not part of our comfortable lives.
I'm extremely grateful. Thank you for this question. You know, this is, when I was listening to Thom, it was like listening to my thoughts who are not, I mean, my inner thoughts are not that articulated than his. I mean, he said everything that has to be said about storytelling. It would be just repeating or quoting Thom. Yes, choosing northern white rhinos is questionable. You know, it has probably, there was a dilemma, you know, but still, this is not a book which talks only about northern white rhinos, functionally extinct species. There are only two more, Njin and Fatu, daughter and mother and daughter. The last male, Sudan, died in 2018. So it's a book about the extinction. It's a book about critically endangered species. It's also a book about saving the critically endangered species. So we choose the story, we choose the northern white rhinos because the two of them really are the last two, you know? And they are a parable, much more than a metaphor of everything what is surrounding us. They're victims of war, they're prisoners of geography, their destiny, it's also related to human-wildlife conflict, to demography, partly, but not a lot, to climate change, to economic model, to Asian economic boom, and mostly to the fake news about the use of rhino horns. Rhino horns are 99.99% same as our hair or nails, keratin. You know, it's useless. But 1 kilo of rhino horn turned to ashes, to dust, has a value of $80,000, sometimes also $100 in Vietnam in this very moment. So a living rhino, white rhino, northern or southern, southern is another species, some call it subspecies, has around 10 to 12 kilos of horns, 2 horns, bigger and smaller one. So it's literally $1 million baby. And that's the answer why they're the last two. So all these, all these topics are combined, made us, or forced us to write a book, you know? And on the other hand, there is also a story, a gigantic story of hope. A consortium called BioRescue, it's an international consortium of conservationists and scientists, which has been established in 2015, is doing its best to save the species, functionally already extinct species. Functionally should be too much in this equation, you know. But with the new technologies of so-called assisted reproduction, they have already created 22 embryos of northern white rhinos. And probably the end of this year or the beginning of the next year, that's why the end of the book is still open, of the English version, which will be out next year. They will transfer the embryos to the southern white surrogate mothers. And this will be the first time in history that the species will be saved from the extinction, not through cloning, not through some really super artificial methods, you know, through natural birth at the end. So this could be, and these technologies which have been developed in recent years can help to put the extinct species back. I'm here talking about the mammals. But, you know, why save? Why to save the species? To return them to the same or even worse conditions? That's the question. And Mark Kerverdin, who was the co-author of the book The Last Chance to See, together with legendary Douglas Adams, 30 years after they visited Garamba Park in DR Congo, where there were last northern white rhinos living in the wild, he wrote for 30 years later in the new preface to the book, yes, the world is even worse than it was then, but with the new northern white rhino born, this world would be just a bit less darker place. You know, and that was our motive behind the book.
Thank you. Do we have a question from the audience? Or maybe, Urška, if you allow me, I will just follow the Rok's lead with Thom van Dooren. He was talking about the importance of storytelling and telling stories that might be transformative. That's how he put it. So, a question for both of you, Madam Kamerić and Professor Wilson. How big of a challenge is for you to present complex issues in a manner that would be understandable to general public? Šejla, maybe if you could start.
Actually, that's what I tried to explain in my presentation. It was how to create a story. I mean, not a story. How to what would be the output from such a huge amount of information that was in the forensic case in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I mean, just it is hard. It is really hard even for us after these 10 years to grasp the quantity of that. The International Tribunal in Den Hague, you know, had to burn many of evidence because of the lack of capacities to store them. What would happen with the transcripts? What would happen with the video footage that from the court? So the amounts of information is, as I said, like it became a conceptual question, and in that way, we understood that it's impossible to mourn for a loss of data, but rather to create something which would, in some way, summarize or give the essence, or help a viewer or observer or future generation to get the feeling what it is, like to base this on experience and somehow to create these triggers that would allow them that would help them to go into the deep research. Also, what we try to do with the sortition as a method, or this experiment in editing, or rather not editing one narrative, is that because of this amount of data, actually it would be impossible to create one single narrative. And as you said, like the same as in journalism, there is always a viewpoint, there is always opinion, but again, you know, technology and science can help us to somehow distance ourselves and to see what comes from this experiment. I always use this analogy that, you know, like when we think about the science and the laboratories, we always think about something, you know, like which is, you know, behind the glass, behind the closed wall, so we are protected from what is happening inside these experiments. Actually, it's reverse. You know, scientists and experiments are in a closed environment, so they are protected from the outside world, from the usual way of doing things. So we need to think out of this box, but the box becomes a laboratory, becomes a space in which, and that's why in my presentation I refer to this, you know, gray matter as you know, like the scientists refer to it, you know, like as an empty space in our brain. Later on, of course, it was, you know, proven differently. Same as a DNA junk, which was kind of like, aha, this doesn't have any use. Of course it does, etc. You know, so by learning, we understand that, you know, these matters which we consider not important, these closed environments, are actually crucial for some connections. And same again, like in a laboratory, in a space where scientists are able to think as an artist, or artist as a scientist. In these places, in the communication, in now as we speak, we create these connections, and hopefully we try to establish something which goes outside of the usual stream, which led us to the point in which we are so doom and gloomed as we are now.
Same goes question for you, Professor Wilson. A political community with the dead. You are on TV, you know what our attention span is, about 15-20 seconds. How does one explain complex issues?
Well, I think the answer is in the question. How do you explain complex issues in 20-second sound bites? I don't think you do. I think the best you can do is maybe in some way summon people into an encounter with something which resists their immediate, transparent grasp. Because I think the possibility that there is something in this world that I don't get, that I don't understand, is often the beginning of the life of the mind. I mean, it begins in not understanding. So I think part of we talk about a regime of fake news, we also talk about a regime of attention and so forth. I think the problem is to try and keep it complex and find points of engagement, but not to make it absolutely transparent, because it isn't transparent. How to make sense of a situation where and I don't know who exactly we are, but some we is in the process of undermining the very conditions of possibility of its own existence. That's, I mean, how does one make sense of that? I think there's, yeah, we should have the possibility of encountering parts of the world that we do not understand and accounts of the world that we do not understand. I think we should perhaps not be transposing the idea of mourning and grieving an individual death as the framework through which to make sense of a planetary catastrophe. I think that legibility might actually be the opposite. It might not be making the planetary catastrophe legible. It might be making it very, very obscure because we think it's something about us grieving a loss, when maybe it's actually something radically different from that. So I'm a little bit suspicious of the idea that transparency will help us. I think we might need to encounter some obscurity sometimes.
Thank you. Urška, would you like?
Yeah, I would like to ask Šejla one more question. I don't know, Šejla, how does it resonate with you what Mick Wilson also said, that he finds it problematical talking about violence as being something out there in the prevalent discourse, when violence is in the core of your project, but at the same time your project is part of a healing process, to how to deal with this genocide, and then also if you can tell us what is how this part of this project is now becoming also part of the Srebrenica Memorial Center, if I'm correct, if you can tell us a little bit more.
Yes, something that I didn't say during the presentation is actually that although I wanted to put my own emotion experience aside and to act in a form of scientific research and gather like the whole process, we try to move in that direction. Actually, the working on the project made me relive the war, and it was very painful and still is to talk about it. So, because I'm traumatized from the war, I same as the violence, we have to understand that the trauma is not something that we just get rid of, we can't heal from it. It remains, and we have to accept that. But with the question of the violence and the in a way blame that is a big issue in our region, in the wars that happen, we really try to establish the method on which we are completely based on a scientific facts rather than anything else. So, for example, like when we started the project, I was shocked when I realized that there is not one one list of missing person which all sides in a conflict accept. So 20 years after the war, there was no, there is no final list. So in a way, you can, justify that through this, it's super complex. There is the archive will never be finished, etc. But actually, the problem was a different sort. It was because the political sides didn't want to agree on the numbers, and it was misused from all sides. And then, in the same time, it was, how the names would be written, would the nationality or religion would be together with the name of the victim, which is, when you think from the scientific point of view and as a human being, who gives the right to imply that someone was that nation or that religion just by reading their name or what their family member claims, or if they didn't have a family, just by the place they were living, or as I said, like the name. So we try to our argue, because thanks to thanks to the project Abuno Disce Omnes, we actually came up with one unified list. We cross-checked and we gathered 6-7 different lists which were out there, and we cross-checked them and made one which was later used. But our argument was constantly that, you know, who would be happier if there are more victims on one side or another? Like, where is this? And actually trying to disconnect from this war discourse, from this war narrative that that unfortunately our society still lives in, we tried to allow a new generation of Bosnian Herzegovinians to see the war from the perspective of neutrality in a way, and also accept the blame and accept the pain as same as the violence that exists in us, which we talk about, because it's unfortunately the way how we operate on this world and fight for the resources and we're capable of implying that we are the righteous one and that we have the right to punish someone. Unfortunately, when Russian aggression in Ukraine started this year, or when it continued and it got attention, I was shocked to see, and unfortunately, from my own experience, I knew how painful it is for the society, but I was shocked to see how many good people turned to the violence and all of a sudden justified the military, the use of punishment. All of a sudden you hear people who you think that they understand things a little bit better, but they are all of a sudden calling for the death penalty and killing someone. So I think that we constantly need to refer to that, you know, that there is nothing that justifies the violence, but we are doing it, and we have to correct ourselves first. Each of us needs to correct ourselves when we start to judge or do certain things, and also be corrective to others. So in a way, we I mean, as the invasive species, human will probably never stop being violent, but somehow be less violent and less endangering to others.
Boštjan was just laughing. No, I understand. No, smiling, sorry. I understand, totally. We came to an end of a discussion. I saved the last question for you. Urška, you have a big day tomorrow as well, so the international conference, this might be it, but...
Yeah, so I don't know if we are ending. I would just like really to thank everybody coming today to have a presentation, a talk, audience, but also you, Nataša, Rok, and crew, which was so heartfully working with us to prepare this event. Also the technical crew of our host today, Cankarjev Dom. So I invite you now also tomorrow in Cukrarna at 8 o'clock we have a second part of event, the award ceremony, Igor Zabel Award ceremony. So welcome also there. Thank you.
Thank you, Urška and Rok, for helping me moderate this discussion. Thank you all, and thanks to our audience following us online for the questions and everything. Thank you very much, and I wish you a lovely night.